Hi everyone, welcome to Karting Genk, the home of champions. It's the first of 4 rounds of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season as the road to Bahrain begins now. 205 drivers from 24 different nationalities are here at this 1,360 metre, 12-turn clockwise circuit that has tested the very best in modern day motorsport to this, in their early days within the world of karting. We have returnees, we have new challengers coming into karting, and we also have those that have dedicated their life to the pursuit of pure racing in karting itself. Over the course of the next 2 days, starting with time qualifying, we will then kick-start the season in full earnest, which will travel to, including this circuit, 3 in total, 2 different nations, so we will be making a return to Austria in August of this year for the first time since 2018. There's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes through the teams, the mechanics, the drivers, the engineers and the team bosses to get to this point of the season. We had the kick-off a month ago, but now it is time to get things underway, as right now we go racing. Good afternoon, hello everyone, and welcome to the opening round of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. 205 drivers from 24 different nations have ventured to this iconic circuit, 1,360 metres in length, 12 turns in all, and it's in a clockwise direction. This circuit has been around since the early 1980s, and in the mid-2000s morphed into the circuit we have seen now. It has hosted the World and European Karting Championships and is a staple for the BNL Karting Series, the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, and the Rotax Belgian Max Challenge, and of course next week, the Rotax Euro Trophy. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator, taking you through the action all the way through today and tomorrow, as this afternoon we will have 16 action-packed races, 54 junior Rotax, a capacity grid of 72 seniors. We have 38 minis, including the new class for 2023 Mini Rookie. We also have DD2 and DD2 Masters. The championship now moves into its 16th season, having seen the likes of Max Verstappen, Rinus van Kampthout, Bijtske Visser, Glenn van Berlo, Thomas Bruining, just a handful of names that have moved up to top-tier motorsport. Over the course of the day, there will be heats for the minis, juniors and seniors, with the standard double pre-final and final format for our DD2 and DD2 Masters. So each of the 38 Mini-Max drivers will take part in 2 of 3 heats today. Thereby, after this afternoon, we will find out who will be in the overall classification come the end of the race day. Points have changed for 2023, so it looks like we will have a much closer championship fight over the course of this season. 4 rounds, visiting 3 circuits, and also we make a return since 2018 back to France and Austria in the middle of August. Early July will see us return to Karting d'Espagne, and then in the first weekend of October we will crown our 2023 BNL Karting Series champions. Time to take you through the first starting grid of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. It's Minimax, heat number 1, groups B versus C. Here's your starting order. On pole position from the United Kingdom will be Albert Friend, who was fastest in Group 2 qualifying earlier on this morning. Joining him from the Netherlands will be Felipe Perez, then it's Cole Denham from the UK, and Belgium's Lucas Stoddard rounding out the top 2 rows. Denny Babacek from the Czech Republic and Rory Armstrong from the UK will round out the top 3 rows. Alexander Van Meeuwen and Nikita Lubimov from Belgium and Estonia, that's row 4. Completing the top 10, it is going to be Christian Segerson and Germany's Maxime Becker, Kai Clark and João Maria Pereira on row 6. Then we'll have Thomas Verheyen and Tristan Shays on row 7. Finn Albert Jorgensen and Lieke van Berkel, row 8. Lars Lambers and Lindemann, Ryan Gandor and Maria Roberto rounding out the top 20. Completing the 25-strong grid, Seis Moyes, Jeff Verbeek, Adrian Stions, Kieran Stewart, and from Greece, George Delidakis. And I have seen a lot of activity in the chat, giving a lot of love for George, so please enable everyone else to get into the chat on the YouTube channel. So thank you very much for you all joining us. There will be a dedicated live stream for tomorrow's activities. So each of the heats today for minis, juniors and seniors will take place over 7 minutes plus an additional lap. The pre-finals for the DD2 and DD2 Masters will take place over 13 minutes plus a lap, and then it's extended to 15 minutes plus an additional lap for the afternoon's finals. It was quite cloudy and a little bit on the cold side this morning when a lot of us made it to the track just around about 8 o'clock. Some people getting very, very early indeed. So a good formation already starting between the drivers, 25 in total. One of the things you need to do in Rotax racing is to make sure that you are in position. The start goes off of the first time. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry as the 2023 BNL Karting Series season is about to get underway. They split, they head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Minimax Heat 1 is underway. Good start by Albert Friend on the front row as Felipe Perez looks to be hung around the outside. Denny Babacek looking up the inside. And there's also people trying to get through. Looks like Rory Armstrong's trying to get his elbows out already. Alexander Van Meeuwen's dropped down at least a place, down in 6th position. And very, very brave there, I think, from Rory Armstrong trying to get past one of the drivers in front. That is Felipe Perez, who is currently in 4th position. But it's Albert Friend leading the way. Cole Denham now up into 2nd position through turn 7 off of the Europlan for the opening time. Through into the right-hand sweeper here at 8. So Maxime Becker up to 9th. João Maria Pereira now rounds out the top 10 as they make their way through to turn number 10 at Cafe Corner, just off of the main viewing area, off of the brasserie. But Cole Denham is really putting the frighteners on Albert Friend early. Denny Babacek not too far adrift. Neither is Felipe Perez, who rounds out the top 4. Rory Armstrong in 5th. Alexander Van Meeuwen completes the top 6 as we end lap number 1. Nikita Lubimov now up into 9th place. Lucas Stoddard 10th. Leaders making their way through into turn number 5 on lap number 2. Gap between Friend and Denham after the opening lap as there is an exchange and someone's ended up being compromised on the inside of turn number 6. I think I did spot a Danish race suit. Might have been the number 198 of Christian Segerson on that particular exchange. But now it is really closing up. It's a top 6 scrap for the race lead. Albert Friend from Strawberry Racing is ahead for the moment. But Cole Denham is just waiting. It is a case of just biding your time and waiting for the opportunities to present themselves. Rory Armstrong looking to go for 4th place. There has been a little bit of exchange further back between 3 drivers. The likes of Nikita Lubimov, Maxime Becker and Kai Clark. And now Albert Friend has lost the lead to Cole Denham, who now goes through and leads these 6 drivers on what is effectively lap number 3 of the race. 4 minutes, 38 seconds, plus an additional lap of racing still to go. Sometimes it's better to stay behind and wait for your opportunity. Felipe Reyes got very close to the back bumper of Denny Babacek, going through into turn number 7 off of the Europolan, a little bit further back. The likes of Maxim Becker, Nikita Lubimov, Kai Clark and Lucas Stoddard, who round out the top 10, they are squabbling for position. And now Cole Denham seems to not have that much of an advantage, but Kai Clark has started to pull away from those behind, which includes Lubimov. And now there's a change for second. Well, there was a change not for second, it was round about 8th place. And that was Kai Clark, and there's the change for the lead again. Nice work by Albert Friend to get through on Cole Denham through into turn number 2, using the slipstream down the main start-finish straight to slingshot his way past the 162. And now Felipe Reyes, tangers with Cole Denham, and Denham's around 180 degrees. And that opened the door for Rory Armstrong, and the youngster from County Down and Northern Ireland has got through for second. So now it's the Strawberry Racing 1-2. I think a little bit overzealous there from Felipe Reyes. He tried to go on the inside. Denham shut the door. And Denham, unfortunately, found himself spinning around in the opposite direction and had to wait for the rest to go past to rejoin safely. There is now an exchange for what will be 6th position. And that is Kai Clark leading that. He's got past Maxim Becker. Becker's got a real good run coming out of the final corner. So has Estonia's Nikita Lubimov, as Albert Friend has a 3.5 of a second advantage with just under 3 minutes to go. Becker up the inside, and Lubimov, and oh my goodness me, the back axle of Kai Clark went skywards coming out of the exit of turn number 2. It's got to be very, very careful here. Quite a few drivers not too far adrift either. I think one of them is Lieke van Berkel from the Netherlands. And she is side by side going down into the braking zone for turn number 7. And she gets through. Great work from the youngster from the Netherlands. And now there's going to be more exchanges because the 167 was trying to get side by side. Maxim Becker looks to have lost a position to Nikita Lubimov from Estonia. But in the meantime, the top 3 have started breaking away. Denny Babacek down in 5th behind Alexander Van Meeuwen. But at the moment, it's Friend from Armstrong, from Reyes. That is your top 3, covered by just under half a second. Lap number 5 completed. 1 minute and 50 on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go. And for those Delhi Darkest fans out there, George is currently in 24th position at this moment. 25 drivers still running in this race, so everyone has got through. Still a bit of a stalemate at the moment between the top 3. They have pulled a little bit of an advantage, but the fastest lap of the race goes to the driver in 20th position, who is making gains as they stand. Finn Albert Jorgensen, 59.543. Just under 60 seconds on the timer remains. And it's not much between, get this, top 15 covered by just under 7.7 seconds. Rory Armstrong, in the meantime, has closed in fractionally every single lap of the race so far, and he's just under 0.2 behind the 191. But the main thing is, scoring good points in these heat stages is crucial to making your way through to tomorrow's pre-final and final. Just over 0.37 covered the top 3 after 6 laps, and they've got a second advantage over Alexander Van Meeuwen. Timer is fast approaching 0 in this opening race of the season and also this weekend. Rory Armstrong just waiting. Is he going to decide to go for it? Because he's going to get the run. So is Felipe Reyes. The top 2 drivers arch their backs forward, and it's just over 1/10 between First and second, it was just under 3 tenths. But now it is going to be a case that the final lap ball is shown, and Albert Friend has started defending. He has started defending. He takes a long look over the right shoulder, then looks left and right. Goes defensive on Rory Armstrong, who nearly gets a slight touch from behind, courtesy of Felipe Reyes. And now Armstrong's trying to defend as well. Couple of more corners to go. And Armstrong goes to the tight inside line into turn 12 to counter-attack on Felipe Reyes, but it's going to be Albert Friend that takes the first victory this weekend. And it was a drag race. Rory Armstrong pipping Felipe Reyes by 54 thousandths of a second for second place. Great run by Alexander Van Meeuwen and Denny Babacek taking 5th place at the end of that. Lucas Dodder, Maxim Becker, Kai Clark, Thomas Verheyen and Lars Lambers round out the top 10 positions. Nikita Lubimov, João Maria Pereira from Portugal 12th, and Lindemann in 13th. Lieke van Berkel and Cole Denham, the latter recovering after his slight incident with Felipe Reyes earlier on in the race, finishing in 15th. Adrien Steons, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Ryan Gandor, Seis Moyes and Christian Segerson rounding out the top 20. Jeff Verbeek, then we got Tristan Shays, Maria Roberto, George Delidakis in 24th, and Kieran Stewart rounding out the field in the number 116. Now we get underway with our first of three junior road tax heats. It's Heat 1, Groups B versus C. Here is your starting grid. Kasper Schurmans, the second, well, one of the quickest drivers out there in time qualifying this morning, will start from pole position. Armand Hamilton will be alongside on the front row. Then it's Mitchell van Dijk and Max Cuthbert. Mika van der Pavert, and then we got Dave Stevens, row 3. Row 4, Ruben Verheyen and Lucas Sell. Then it's Marlon Di Salvo and Max Swiderski completing the top 20 and the top 10. Archie Buttle, Luca Brima, Boaz Maximov, Matthias Jellerup, Mads Larsen, Timo Jungling, Thijs van Wijk, Olivier Jonkers, Timothy Vladimirov and Ryan Bourguignon rounding out the top 20. Sebastian Koch, Isaac Demelweek, and then we've got Zainel Homosani, Tino Sidler, Ollie Wise, Nemanja Jovanovic, Jo Kaspar, Joipera, then we've got Thomas Ingram Hill, Sinja Ornborn, Mathis Ometre, Viti Väinänen, Romeo Nazar, then we got Karlis Kirikovs, Johan Zlobinski, Hans Markus Narus, and Hugh Puiguillon rounding out the 36-strong grid. 7 minutes plus an additional lap have been set on the timer, and all 36 have done their sighting lap. Now we go onto the official formation lap with the red lights ignited on the starting gantry with 7 minutes set on the timer. Previous champions in junior road tax include the likes of Dylan LaHaye, Dave Blom, Finn Koyman, Sam Shippers, Robbie Gallier. Then we got Thomas Preining, who last year ran for Team 75, which is run by Timo Bernhard, Joe Turney, Mike van Vugt, Kai Rilletz, and last year, it's a driver that's now progressed to seniors, Tommy van der Stroys. Who was in the top? Who was at the bottom part of the top 10 and came back to win it on the final weekend of the season. So the drivers now getting into formation, a full 36-strong grid. The action over the heats for both juniors and seniors, when you will have capacity grids of 36 drivers, will really set the tone for how the weekend is going to play out. The drivers make their way out of the 12th and final corner. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The lights are out. Junior Heat 1 underway. Good start by the poleman, Kasper Schurmans, as they make their way through into turn number 2. And there has been a multi-cart incident. One cart was bonnie hopping over the front of another. As, oh, we've got a bit more chaos happening through turn number 3. The drivers are permitted to use the runoff area on both turn number 2 and also turn 10 on the opening lap. Any time that they go outside of it with go onto it with all 4 wheels out of the circuit track limits is an automatic 5-second time penalty, but Schurmans leads the way. Down into turn number 10 on the opening lap. And just behind him is the 2.70 of Mitchell van Dijk, who started behind Schurmans, who now has gone through, and it's the undercut from Schurmans coming out of the final corner. The two were side by side, coming across the line, 1,000 separating them, and then Mika van der Pavert decides, right, you two are side by side, I'm going to slipstream my way through into second position, and precisely does that. Good job by Ruben Verheyen, who's now in 4th place. Armand Hamilton, who was on the outside of the front row, currently sitting in 5th position, looking to get past the 2.45, as, oh, it's getting a bit close. Van Dijk gets through on Van der Pavert for second position through turn number 7. Hamilton looks to have gotten up into 4th place. So 5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Schurmans is leading, but both he and Mitchell van Dijk have started pulling away from the rest of the opposition. Van der Pavert looks over the left shoulder. Verheyen has got Hamilton up the inside. And the 2.42 gets through for position. That's 4th place. Archie Buttle not that far behind either. Neither is Marlon Di Salvo from Germany. A little bit of frantic activity behind Archie Buttle at the moment, which includes Mathias Jellerup from Denmark, running with, looks like, RS Competition, judging by the livery. Just to let senior Rotax drivers... Oh, well, as I was about to give a paddock announcement, that all went horribly wrong because Mathias Jellerup got a bit compromised going through into turn number 10, and it nearly caused a domino effect. But in the meantime, Kasper Schaumann still continues to lead. Dave Stevens is out of the race. Max Cuthbert, an early casualty as well. Looks like the 234 base out of Chelmsford in Essex has been embroiled in that unfortunate first lap incident. So a few more drivers trying to look to get up the order, and that includes the 245. Ruben Verheyen is showcasing some good skills out there at the moment, but it is all for themselves. The elbows are well and truly out. A bit more side-by-side action towards the back end of the field as we're about to complete lap number 3, or lap number 4 at the moment. With 3 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap, the top two are still pretty much with each other. Archie Buttle having a really good battle with Ruben Verheyen, and that is Olivier Jonkers who sends it up the inside into turn 3. Nice work by the young Belgian from Dams Racing. And Buttle just keeping the defensive line. Jonkers trying to open up the window of opportunity. Checks over his right shoulder. Sees Ruben Verheyen there. So just to let you know that for the senior groups, for the respective heats, the results are now online. As Archie Buttle has got Olivier Jonkers to the outside through into turn 10. Jonkers has to put the brakes on. Verheyen gets through up the inside of the 212, and they've got the 228 of Bourguignon from France, who started down in 20th position, now gunning for a top 8 place. Schaumann's in the meantime, and we do have a yellow flag at Marshall post number 1, so there might have been a little bit of an incident. There is a noisy exhaust, I have just heard, so someone is very imminently going to get a mechanical black flag, as there's still battling going on. So Olivier Jonkers, so whoever it is at the far part of the circuit, judging by what I can hear. Kasper Schaumann still leads the way with 1.5 minutes plus an additional lap on. The time is still to go. Mitchell van Dijk, Mieke van der Pavert and Armand Hamilton ran at the top 4. Last time round they were 1.46. Oh, I've definitely just heard it. It's just that noisy exhaust is definitely making its way down the start-finish straight right about now. So that will very shortly be picked out. A bit further back, and move up the inside. That's Timo Jungling that's just got through on the 227 of Thomas Ingram Hill. Well, both he and Thomas Ingram Hill have got through on the 245, I believe, which is Ruben Verheyen. A bit further back, Olivier Jonkers doesn't seem to be having a good time. It might be him that might have the noisy exhaust. Mechanical black flag. And I've just spotted it. I think it is 212. It might be 212. But we're getting down to the final part of this race. I think that's why Olivier Jonkers has dropped all the way down to the back end of the field. And it is Olivier Jonkers. He knew it was him. But at the front, it's game on for the top 4. Schaumann's leads the way as we go on to the penultimate lap. Lap 8 out of 9. And Mitchell van Dijk has been keeping Kasper Schaumann's very honest, but there is the door opening for Mieke van der Pavert. The 286 from SP Motorsport nearly gets through. Armand Hamilton switches to the outside to get a good cut through. Oh, there's a contact between Van Dijk and Van der Pavert into turn 7. Oh, dearie me. That's not what you want. And they both, unfortunately, rearranged the foam barriers on the exit of the corner. So yellow flags at Marshall post number 4. So that has given a get-out-of-jail-free card, effectively for Armand Hamilton, which puts him in second position. But now, with the timer expiring, 7 minutes have elapsed. Casper Schumans looks over his right shoulder. Oh, and a little bit further back, Ruben Verheyen's just been off the circuit at turn 11. There are about 5 or 6 carts squabbling for the same part of real estate, and Verheyen was the one that was forced out wide. So we still have quite a lot of battles to decide. Drivers are really having to fight, and there is some bumping and boring. I'm wondering how many front fairing penalties there may be post-race. They will be inspected post this session, but the leaders are making their way through into turn 9 for the final time on lap number 9 itself. Casper Schumans, and there's been more drama, and that is the 257 that has gone up into the air. That's Johan Szoblinski from France. But the top 2, well, Hamilton was closing. It's not going to be enough at this point. It's good points, though, because Casper Schumans wins the first junior road tax race of the day from lights out to checkered flag by just over 1/10 of a second ahead of Hamilton. Third place, it's going to be Lucas Selle from France. Then it's Thijs van Wijk. It was Ryan Bourguignon that got up to 4th place from 20th on the grid come the start about 8 minutes ago. Thijs van Wijk, Archie Buttle 6th, Marlon Di Salvo, Timo Jungling started 16th, finished in 8th. Great work by Australia's Isaac Demerweek in the number 235, finishing in 9th ahead of Switzerland's Tino Sidler. The top 12 rounded out by the 2 Brits of Thomas Ingram Hill and Ollie Wise. Sebastian Koch in 13th. Luca Prima, Jo Kaspar Joipera, who is from Estonia, managed to make it up to 15th. Matti Solmetre, Sinja Ornbol, Zeno Homosani, Max Swiderski, Ruben Verheyen rounding out the top 20. Then we had Romeo Nazar from Australia, Nemanja Jovanovic, Matthias Jellerup, Boris Maximov, Timothy Vladimirov. Hughes Piquillon from France started last, finished 26th ahead of Karel Kirikovs. Mads Larsen Vitiveninen, Johan Zablinski, Mitchell van Dijk, and Mika van der Pavert finished the race in 31st and 32nd, with Hans Marcus Narusk. Olivier Jonkers out, Max Cuthbert out, and Dave Stevens out as well. Time to get underway with our first heat for senior road tax. It's Heat 1, Groups A versus B. Here is your starting grid. So Jaden Teen will start on pole position. Elia Papacena will be alongside on the front row. Then it's Lewis Gilbert and Maxence Bouvier that will be on row number 2. Teresa Babichkova and Dion van Werven rounding out row 3. Luke Neeson and Montego Masson, row 4. Tommy van der Stoys, Nolan Lemeray rounding out the top 10. Mitch Haynert and Petra Babichkova, row 6. Jamie Perilli and Vic Stevens, row 7. Lachlan Robinson and Sverre Ubben, row number 8. Days Dams and Lawrence Herboz, row 9. With Atyom Sestikovs on row number 10 alongside Andrei Petrovic. Stein Scholten and Sim van Vliet. Scott Westhoffers and Sam Bergstein. Tonis Johannes Domingas, Enzo van den Nickerberg, Gussie van Gop, Ralph van der Pevet, Chloe Canal, Matthias Kroon, Eva Anagostiadis, Park Doubles, Benoit Tordima, Axel Goes. Artukau may not have made it out onto the formation, inciting that, and Spencer Braun rounding out the 36 strong. If I... So again, the red lights are on the starting gantry with 7 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. So the 342 will start from the dummy grid after the rest of the field have been released. So a few stragglers at the rear, but the drivers are primed, set and ready for their first heat. Today, all drivers will compete in 3 senior road tax heats. Now, the run towards the start-finish line gets underway. Red lights on the starting gantry. We're lights out and off and racing. Good start by Elia Papacena, who tries to put a good foot forward, with Jaden Thien trying to keep a hold of that front position on the grid. As there's a little bit of a tussle between the top 2. Looks like Lewis Gilbert got through. He did. And the team just holds on to that defensive line as they go through turn number 6. Lachlan Robinson round the outside of a couple of drivers as they make their way down the Europolan into the braking zone into turn number 7. Too wide at one point, and that included Robinson trying to get through. He ends up running a little bit wide. He might have got a little bit of a touch on the right rear. Did the 326 from KR Sport, but the top 3 are broken away. So leading the way at the moment, it's still Jaden Teen. Then it is Lewis Gilbert, and then Teresa Babichkova in the 323. Side by side, a little bit further back, there's a little bit of a skirmish, and that is for 4th place on the road. Dion van Werven has got that position. Elia Papacena looks to be under attack as Babichkova sends it up the inside of Jaden Thien, who's been passed by Lewis Gilbert in the meantime for the race lead. A little bit further back, Papacena trying to defend against Dion van Werven. Looks like they've lost a couple of positions, those ones to the ones in front of them. And there's the race lead being changed on the first half of the second lap. Babichkova takes the lead from Lewis Gilbert. Jaden Teen rounds out the top 3. Now they're making their way through into turn 8, and it was 3 wide. A little bit further back coming through turn number 7. Some drivers being a little bit too opportunistic in this early phase, because you've got to get through. If you want to get through, you've got to get through on merits, but also score good, comfortable points. Tommy van der Stoys is waiting to see if an opportunity comes his way. And in front of him is the 377 of Dion van Werven, who's dropped right out of the top 10. The Dutch driver now is falling down the order. He's just been passed by the 369 of Vic Stevens. But Babichkova is still keeping ahead of Lewis Gilbert. It's side by side a little bit further back towards the back end of the field. And someone nearly comes a cropper, and there's a bit of a touch. Gilbert sent it up the inside of Babichkova. The two make contact, and Jaden Teen gets the opportunity to get through. But still with just over 4.5 minutes of this race to go. There's every single chance that Babičková will start to close in on them. And Babičková actually holds the fastest lap of the race, 55.064 at this moment. So Jamie Pirelli, unfortunately, not having a good opening heat, but there's still another 2 for the Brit to come back in. Jaden Teen leads the way by 1/10 of a second ahead of Lewis Gilbert, who was looking to possibly try and get through. Didn't. Tommy van der Stoys has got a good battle with Elia Papacena, who started on the outside of the front row. That is for 7th position. Lawrence Herboz and Petra Babičková round out the top 10 positions. 35 out of the 36 drivers are still contesting this race. Unfortunately, Jamie Pirelli, and that is the 390 of Chloe Canal that has just been turned around at turn 6. And a little bit further back behind, Lawrence Herboz has just been passed. That was by Vic Stevens. Petra Babičková is waiting in the wings, so is Days Dams in the 321. Behind them, they've got Mantiga Massen, Sverre Uben and Andrej Petrovic, the latter from Serbia. A little bit further back, there are some more changes. Dominguez might have made a few positional gains. And we have got our first full course caution of the weekend. So it is slowing to half speed. And there has been an incident on on the back straight. So driver is walking on under their own power, which is a very good sign to see. So we have a full course yellow. I repeat, full course yellow. So effectively, Jaden Teen becomes the pace cart. So we are going to go round for another full course caution lap. So for those wondering, what is the restart rule? Well, when we go green, you can start overtaking from the yellow line, I believe, on the start-finish straight. And any circumvention of said regulation will instigate a penalty being awarded to the driver that decides to circumvent said regulation. Well, basically, if they break the rules, they'll get a penalty. So this will close up the entire field, giving the opportunity to Gilbert, Babičková, Luke Neeson, Maxence Bouvier. Now, where did Bouvier start? Outside of row number 2. Mitch Heinert started 11th. Tommy van der Stoy started 9th and is currently 7th. So when the green flag is waved, then that will give everyone the instruction to go back to full throttle. Here we go, green flag waves, good start, but Lewis Gilbert suddenly breaks down with he's got a technical problem with the engine. Disaster for Lewis Gilbert, but he manages to get it back on track. He had to pull immediately to the left-hand side. He knew he had a problem from the get-go, and that gave Teresa Babičková the opportunity she needed, but Jaden Teen, as soon as he saw the green flag, bolted away into the distance. And everyone else is battling over the scraps. We've got Mitch Heinert currently sitting, I think that is he's battling away. Tommy van der Stoy has got himself up into 3rd position through turn 7. Great work by last year's junior champion in this category, and also in this championship, and also was vice champion of Europe in juniors last year. So the timer has hit 0, but Jaden Teen timed the restart to absolute perfection. And now we're going to go on to the final lap of the race. Tommy van der Stroys is in third behind Teresa Babichkova. And it's Mitch Haynert. Well, it might be Maxence Bouvier. Maxence Bouvier currently in fourth. Mitch Haynert looking to get through on the French driver. Elia Papacena going towards the outside, trying to send it, goes on to the runoff area. And that is going to allow drivers to get through, which is going to happen. He's going to lose a couple of places through turns 4 and 5. And there is also another Bouvin powered kart there. Might have been Lawrence Herboz in the 398. Well, that was. As they make their way through, and Herboz, all over the shop, going through the exit of turn number 7. Then he hits the foam barriers in the process, loses positions, hand over fist, comes back onto the circuit. And they're still scrapping away, but it's going to be Jaden Thien who's going to come out of the final corner. The checker flag will wave this time. The Dutchman starts his weekend off the right way possible, taking the victory. Teresa Babichkova takes second. Tommy van der Stroys takes third. Maxence Bouvier, Mitch Haynert, Luke Neeson, Elia Papacena. Mitch Haynert, Luke Neeson, Sverre Ubben, Dion van Verven, Elia Papacena and Thijs Dams round out the top 10. Lewis Gilbert would manage to keep himself within the top 15, finishing in 11th position, ahead of Andrei Petrovic, Ralph van der Pavert, Lawrence Herboz, Vic Stevens, Montego Marson, Steen Scholten, Axel Goes, Nolan Lemeray, Lachlan Robinson finishing in 20th position, ahead of Siem van Vliet, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Spencer Brougham finishing in 23rd from 36 on the grid. He only did 2 laps in qualifying, so great work by the 356 running on the CRG chassis. Enzo Dickenberg, Pat Gubbles, Atyom Sestakovs in 26 ahead of Sam Bergstein, Matthias Korn, Chloe Kenau, Iva Anagnostiidis. I'm going to get that one right, hopefully. Gussie van Gop, Benoit Tordema, Alto Caro, and unfortunately we lost Petra Babichkova, Scott Westhovens, and on the opening lap, Jamie Perilli. Now time to get underway with our second senior Rotax heat. It is Groups C versus D. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Kai Gilletz. Alongside him, representing Germany, will be Austin Lee. Then it's an all-British row number 2, Kai Hunter and Ethan Jeffel. And I have to say, very many happy returns to Ethan's dad, Matthew, who's celebrating his birthday today. So happy birthday, buddy. Sean Butcher and Robbie Stodder will line up on row number 3. Paul Fokwemin and Matthew Higgins, row 4. Matteo Pianizzola and Mika Barthelemy complete the top 10. Jort van Wijk, Devian Horst, Frederik Zebis, Kamal Murad, Fahin Mega, Zach Scowler, Paul Hamburg, Mario Sidler, Adam Valster and Kaz Boshaus round out the top 20. Bram Savard, Christoph Zahler, Jack Webster, Jan Schultz, Jake Bezelbeck, Antoine Mahler, Anton Morsing, Alexander Sovinkos, Romans Rodinovs and Rafael Jesus round out the top 30. Karl Korenik, Andrea Kostic, Amanda Salonen, Sim Sepp, Ragnar Simulant and Tristan Van Vliet round out the 36-strong grid. So once again, the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. 7 minutes set on the timer plus an additional lap. So they are going to have to get into formation very, very quickly indeed. But it is the first full start of the day. So it's the first full start of the race meeting. We will have the drivers going around for another formation lap. They needed to be a little bit tighter on the formation before the lights went out, and no real surprise that it was going to be called as a full start, which meant that the green flags with the chevrons were going out. So we are under full course yellow conditions. It will be down to Kai Gilletz and Austin Lee to control the pace on the rolling start, so they need to get into formation very, very soon indeed. And then the rest of the field need to quickly get into formation. We did have quite a few stragglers at the rear of the field in order to facilitate that to happen. So now it looks like they're speeding up a little bit. Now they're being told by our race director, right, you need to get into formation now. So there is another full start. There will be a red flag called. At least the top 20, well, pretty much everyone's nearly into formation. The red lights are back on the starting gantry. This time we are lights out and underway. Gilletz leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Hunter right behind him. Austin Lee is hung out to drive around the outside. Sean Butcher's also through. Ethan Jeffel in 3rd position. So the outside line is a very difficult one to try and judge at the beginning of the start of any race. As a little bit of a sideways and all. We've had a moment there. Someone's off the track. That's Mario Sidler. Someone else was off. Also the 318. That was Antoine Mahler from France. Gilletz has now just lost the lead to Kai Hunter. Butcher's gone around the outside of the 374 from Belgium, going through into turn 9. So Gilletz finds himself in 4th place. So Matthew Higgins also looking to get on with the business at hand, as Gilletz is really having to fight with everybody, and that includes Paul Fokwemin, who's just got through. And now the lead could be changing again. Yep, that's Ethan Jeffel up the inside of Kai Hunter. Sean Butcher looked to get through on the inside of him through turn 2 and on the run to turn 3. But the two-time senior champion from 2020 and 2021. Now running the 3-0-2. We have got a yellow flag situation that is down at turn number 10. So I can't see it from my commentary position exactly what's happened. So there has been an incident down there. Ethan Jeff Hall leads a quintet of drivers, which is rounded up by Francis Paul Forquemin. So let's see if we can keep an eye on what exactly has happened. Well, the barrier has been slightly rearranged. There is a driver. So we got Kamal Murad and Jack Webster. Now the lead is going to change again because Sean Butcher's going to he nearly mugged the pair of both Kai Hunter and also Ethan Jeff Hall. So Hunter leads them into turns 1 and 2. Austin Lee is back in the fray. And Ethan Jeff Hall gets spat wide. Oh, gets a bit of air, does Ethan Jeff Hall, out of turn number 2. Austin Lee gets through on Sean Butcher for second position through turn number 3 and 4. As there is Gilets up the inside, gets the switchback nicely, knows this circuit like the back of his hand, is the number 374 from Belgium. So it's not that easy at all. There's a bit of a train happening through turn 7. 2 wide coming through out of that corner and out of that chicane and into turn number 8. But Kai Hunter leading the way. Had an interesting chat with Austin Lee's dad. Austin Lee's coach is Ed Brand, who has won the grand finals previously, and basically told Austin, are you ready for this? And Austin told him yes. So it is good to see that these youngsters that are making the moves up from juniors to seniors this season. Austin Lee has been racing around quite a few circuits, including PF International. There was a little bit of a slight touch there on someone sending it up the inside through into turn number 6. And Matthew Higgins has ended up at the back end of the field. So not a great one from the young man from Trafalgar in Wales, who is also running in Formula 4 in the United States these days. But the battle for the lead very much clearly on. Sean Butcher looking to try and get the slingshot. He's going to get it. He's going to look to the inside. Good defence there by Austin Lee, who now was trying to defend and attack all at the same time. When you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, you've got to make a decision. And Austin Lee was right up the exhaust pipe of Kai Hunter. But Sean Butcher looks up the inside of the 372 from Germany, gets through for second position. Paul Forquemin is right behind him as well. Ethan Jeff Hall in 5th, Kai Gilets in 6th. And it's Robbie Stoddard, Jort van Wijk, Mika Barthélemy and Farin Mega. Now Farin Mega, bearing in mind he's had a couple of elbow operations. This is his first competitive race weekend back in preparation for next week's season opener at the Euro Trophy. Doing a pretty sterling, good job. Started 15th, now currently in 10th place. And now, as Kai Hunter's pulled the pin on the grade, they're squabbling like children at a playground behind him. Sean Butcher looks to the inside of Austin Lee again. Austin Lee tries to defend. And now there's Gilets behind Ethan Jeff Hall. Butcher gets through. And Ethan Jeff Hall keeps it pinned round the outside of his teammates at Strawberry Racing. And Ethan Jeff Hall was nearly 2 wheels on the grass. And that's opened the door for Kai Gilets. Tries to get through. Keeps it pinned round the outside of the 397. Forquemin and also Robbie Stoddard managed to go alongside the number 374 from Kraft Motorsport through out of turn 6, and Gilets loses 2 positions at that point. So Mika Barthélemy is going to be pretty much there. So is Farin Mega, right spot in the background. Minute and 35 still to go. Gilets is starting to defend. And that was nearly 2 JJ teammates into 1. With Adam Valster right behind Farin Mega. Devian Ross is trying to get through. And it's 3 wide. And, whoever's stuck between the middle of Devian Ross and Kai Gilets, obviously not very happy at the moment. That was a bit close there. Gilets had to avoid Devian Rost on that particular occasion coming in towards turn number 3. 60 seconds to go on the clock. Farin Mega now gets through. There's the 386. Mika Barthélemy got to the inside of Gilets, and then through goes Devian Host as well. So there's a lot of changing happening. So we're getting on to the penultimate lap of this race. Lap number 7 completed. Kai Hunter continues to lead the way. Foreign Mega at the moment has the fastest lap of the race. Sean Butcher now equals, well, did his personal best and has got to within a second of the 3:35 from Sunderland. And there's a little send. That's a nice little opportunity there for Foreign Mega to get through. That was on the 3:79 of Robbie Stordeur, and Devian Rost also gets through into turn number 7. Timer has hit 0. So lap 8 about to be completed. We go on to the 9th and final lap, and Kai Hunter leads the way, having started from 3rd position. Then it's Sean Butcher in 2nd place. Ethan Jeff Hall, Austin Lee, Paul Fokwemin, Farin Mega, Devian Host, Robbie Stordeur, Jort van Wijk and Frederik Zebis Christensen, who ran at the top 10, but the squabble for 2nd is going to go right down to the wire because you've got Sean Butcher, Ethan Jeff Hall and Austin Lee. Ethan Jeff Hall switches to the inside as Butcher tries to carry the momentum through, then sees where Austin Lee is, looks immediately to his left-hand side, and the 3:72 from Germany slots in behind the 3:02 based out of London. It's a nice little time with family over in Australia, bearing in mind that's where him and his dad are originally from. But the checkered flag will be brandished this time. And Kai Hunter has managed to weather the storm in this 2nd senior Rotax heat. Butcher is trying to hold on to 3rd. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Hunter takes the win. Jeff Hall 2nd. 3rd, it's Sean Butcher. Not by much, though. 52 thousandths at the flag. Austin Lee in 4th. Paul Fokwemin in 5th. Farin Mega, good drive by the German. 9 places up to 6th. Devian Hurst rounding out the top 7 positions, gained 5 places. Oh, someone's front Nassau panel is looking a bit askew. Might have been Jake Bezelbeck in that particular occasion. Robbie Stordeur, Jort van Wijk, Frederik Zebis Christensen rounded out the top 10. Kai Gillets, Mika Barthélemy, Aaron Valster, Matteo Pianizzola, Bramo Savarda finishing in 15th. Zach Scowler, one of the, also along with Zain El Homassani, a new recruit with Yaz Heat Academy before this race of the championship. Alexander Savinkov, Rafael Jesus, Jaren Schultz and Tristan Van Vliet round out the top 20. Mario Sidler finished in 21st ahead of Ragnar Simuland with Armanda Salonen, Paul Hamburg, Christoph Sala, Anton Morsing, Antoine Mahler, Gao Korenik, Matthew Higgins, Andrea Kostic, Simsep, Jake Bezelbeck and Romans Rodinovs rounding out the classified finishers, 33 in total. Then we had also Kazboz House, Kamal Murad and Jack Webster, unfortunately retiring in the early stages of the race. Time to get underway with our first pre-final of the weekend, and it's DD2. Here's your starting grid. On pole position, it will be Belgium's Tom Braken, and he'll be joined by SP Motorsport teammate Enzo Bol on the front row. Maxime Dirks and Willy Villainen will be on row number 2. Row 3, it's Patrick Snolls-Lochmelis, alongside will be Jules Cousin from France. Emils Akmens and Carl Gustav Borgaard on row number 4, with Teresa Babičková and Martin Zionovskis on row number 5, completing the top 10. Kylian Guérin, Nicolas Guillaume, Enzo Boulogne, Lucas Pernod, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Jordi Killebor, Victor Frostbay, Jordi Westerlaken, Mats Johan Overhoff, Marcelo Wegner-Perhord round out the top 20, completing the 24-strong grid. It's Imke Arts, Kane Cherian, Kian de Brandt and Nicky Pedersen. So a very close qualifying this morning, as the drivers now will be making their way around this 1,360 metre circuit. The red lights have been ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap. So it's Braken and Bol on the front row. They will control the rolling start. They split into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out this first time, and a good start by the front row. Maxime Dirks looks to already get past Enzo Bol, who has to use the runoff area. He's allowed to do that. Patrick Snolls-Lochmelis, I spot, might have just gone up into third position, as it's 2 by 2. Hurrah, a little bit further down in the midfield as they make their way into turn number 6 for the opening time. That's Johan Overhoff managing to make an overtake or two, going through into turn number 6 onto the Europlan as they make their way through. It's a bit like a snake's train, but there has been an incident at the back end of the field, so two karts bumping into each other. We've seen 2 wide going through turn 7. I've seen 3 wide, and it hasn't ended up well. But drivers trying to make their way through into turn number 10, but Braken leads the way. Second position, it's Maxime Dirks from Belgium. Patrick Snolls-Lochmelis rounds out the top 3. Fourth, it's Emils Akmens from Latvia. Enzo Bol has dropped down as there is a send from Akmens up the inside of Lochmelis to take P3 through turn number 2. So Kian de Brandt has ended up at the back end of the field as a result of that incident. Might not be taking any further part. I can't see whether he's managed to, well, has gone through sectors 1 and 2. Kaliakmanis has made some inroads as well, up to 12th position, and is ahead of the likes of Martin Zionovskis, Lucas Pernod from Canada, who was on the cusp of possibly winning the BNL kickoff earlier on this year, funnily enough, a month ago. But Braken leads the way. Dirks is about 3 and a bit tenths of a second behind. Akmens in third. Lochmelis, Bol, Villainen, Borgaard, Cousin, Guérin and Guillaume round out the top 10. Looks like Teresa Babičková has also had dramas. Not sure if she's going to be taking any further part in this race, but Kian de Brandt is out of the race. Looks to have parked the karts. So might have had a bit too much damage on that vehicle for it to allow Kian de Brandt to continue onward. But at the front of the field, Tom Braken is controlling proceedings at the moment. Maxime Dirks is not trying to push too hard too quickly, because sometimes you can overheat the tyres. But at this particular level of Rotax karting, good send up the inside. Now that was on a Dams Racing kart. And that was the 401. Kylian Guérin up the inside of Jules Cousin through into turn 12. Maybe a change there between the two of the RS competition karts. As the field's still making their way through. Looks like Teresa Babičková will not be taking any further part in the pre-final. So both Babičková and Debrandt will be starting at the back end of the grid for the pre-final a little bit later on. Still very closely contested between second to fifth position, because Tom Bracken is still leading the way. Maxime Dirix is holding off the advances of Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis, who has got back past, while Emil Zachmans has dropped down to fifth place behind Enzo Boll in the meantime. And then Boll has got through on Lockmelis through turn 12. Good work by the young Dutchman, who unfortunately did not, well, won on the road for the junior Rotax class for the Golden Trophy last year, but a front fairing penalty bumped him off the podium. So the top 10 last time around, covered by 3.4 seconds. Still anything's possible. It is a little bit more strategic when you get into the longer races here at the BNL Karting Series. So we still have 22 out of 24 drivers still competing. Bracken has started extending his lead. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race. No, that was... Well, he took it from Lucas Bernot, who is now in 12th position. About 2.5 tenths of a second behind Enzo Boulogne from France. That's the battle for 11th position. And about half a second in front of them is Nicolas Guillaume from Belgium, running the Sheepers Racing Service team. Use the Kart Republic chassis. But Bracken has extended a comfortable lead. It's nearly 1.1 seconds. Lucas Bernot has taken back the fastest lap of the race, 54.269. But there is a change of foot a little bit further back. Enzo Boll now back up into second. The fight for third has really kicked off because Maxime Dirix has started fighting back against the likes of Emil Zachmans. Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis now back up into P3. Then we've got the likes of Carl Gustav Borgard and Ville Ainen really sticking their elbows out. Ackmans is going to get jumped. Oh, and that was a bit of a late send there by Kylian Guérin from France, who managed to get through. Well, that, you know what, that is, there's always one that chances it and hopes it pays off. If you are 110% committed, it does happen. There is the 451 of Jules Cousin and Nicolas Guillaume battling away. And this is going to allow Chaos Sports Canadian hotshot Lucas Bernot to close on in on them. And he is actually with them right now, going through turn number 8. So good work by the Canadian. Kane Cherian has got past Marcelo Wegner-Barraud. And Lucas Bernot is probably on the fringes, might even now be in the top 10 once we cross the start-finish line. He's right with Jules Cousin, so I think he is 10th. Bracken still leads, Boll in second. The gap between them at the moment is 1.4 seconds. Lockmelis, Dirix, Borgard, Guérin, Ville Ainen, Ackmans, Cousin, and Bernot. Well, no, not Cousin and Guillaume. Well, Bernot is past Enzo Boulogne, and now he's going to start chasing after Guillaume, who is in that 10th position. Just over the halfway point, so just over 6 minutes plus an additional lap to go. Tom Bracken is just putting in a consistent, comfortable, cool as a cucumber style drive right now. But Bernot is looking to close on in and get himself a little bit further up the top 10. Now, Lucas did get a front fairing penalty post-qualifying, which dropped him down the order by 3 positions. Should have started in 11th. But a front fairing penalty instantly gives you a 3-place grid penalty after qualifying. Nicky Peterson still running. He's just coming through turn 10. As the leader's now, well, the leader now making his way through the turn 7 chicane. There is the 402 of Teresa Babichkova's kart, and there she is sitting in the marshal post as well. Unfortunately, having to watch by the sidelines. Overtake, however, has just occurred between Ilias Kaliakmanis, who just got through on Jordi Westerlaken. Jordi Westerlaken through into turn number 7 off of the Europalan. .8 seconds is now the race lead for Tom Braken ahead of teammate Enzo Bol. Locke Mellis is not that far behind the Dutchman, just under half a second. Braken has set the fastest lap of the race. That was on lap number 8 of a 54.137. Still, the strategies could play out in very, very different permutations over the next 4 minutes. So 9 minutes completed, 4 to go plus an additional lap. Bol has started closing that gap down. Both he and Locke Mellis have started setting personal bests. Braken's last lap was a 54.577. Bol 54.320. Locke Mellis 54.330. So at the moment, the way things stand, depending on how quickly Enzo Bol decides to catch up to Tom Braken, depends on how much that gap is going to be truncated over the next 3 minutes, 10 seconds, plus an additional lap. Lucas Pernod, in the meantime, just trying to keep an eye out for the Canadian. He's not that far behind. The two in front, Cousin and Guillaume, who will start to battle again as they come out of the final corner. He's a little bit further up the road. The 401 of Kilian Gerhard battling away with Vili Viljainen. And Emils Akmans, the Latvian, now sitting in 8th position. They're all got to be just very, very careful over the next 2.5 minutes. They don't want to put a foot wrong. They also don't want to cost themselves points. New point scheme, it's 55 points for a win, 52 for second. We have changed things around for 2023 following from feedback from the paddocks, the drivers and the teams. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. Braken still leading comfortably. Bol will probably just hold station in second, because at this moment, if he keeps on pushing forward, well, you don't want to take the life out of the Mojo tyres too early. As there is this end. Oh, that was a good one there by Nicolas Guillaume on Jules Cousin, but that's allowed the opportunity to come towards the Canadian in the 450 for KR Sport, Lucas Pernod. Just behind them, they've got the 422 of Martins Janovskis from Latvia. Into turn 7, through the chicane, now through turn number 8. A little bit sideways there for Jules Cousin as he rotated the kart through the corner. So to get into the top 10, Pernod is going to have to do something in the next minute and 20, maybe even less than that if he can get the run coming out of the final corner, and if he's with Cousin, he will get the slipstream. Braken crosses the line to start lap number 14. And Guillaume has slightly pulled away from Cousin, a little bit further up ahead. The likes of Borgard, Gerhard, Viljainen and Akmans still battling away for position, but this scrap here is even closer between this quartet. And a little bit of a cheeky move there by Martins Janovskis on Lucas Pernod. So 35 seconds on the timer remains, plus an additional lap. Nicky Pedersen still putting in the laps. It's also, it might not might not be the race goes your way, but if you're still running, you still have an opportunity to get track time, run your own race, still pick up points on the board. A little bit further up the order. Well, that was a move from Vili-Vili-Ainen on that was Kilian Gerhardt. And the favours returned, and side pod to side pod, and Ackmans decides, right, I'm going to have a bit of this, and slots himself between the pair, who were just squabbling going through into turn number 2. Ackmans, if he's not careful, might lose out in that terms of that position to Vili-Ainen. Through into turn 7. 401 from France closes the door quite sternly. Timer has expired. And the last lap board will be out this time. Tom Bracken still leads the way. His lead was just over 1.4 seconds as we go on to the 16th and final lap. 1.3 between him and Enzo Bol. Lokmelis and Dirix and Borgard round out the top 5 positions. But Bracken, the minute he got pole position a little bit earlier on, it was his window of opportunity to start pulling away from the opposition. That's exactly what he's done in this race. And the youngster, based locally to the circuit here at Genk, one of the youngest drivers, along with Enzo Bol in this field. He will start his weekend and also, what's more, his campaign off in style as Bracken comes out of the final corner, wins the pre-final on Saturday for DD2. Enzo Bol does the double for Stampex in a 1-2 finish. Ahead of Patrick Snolls Lokmelis. Maxim Dirix takes 4th. Carl Gustav Borgard in 5th, ahead of Kilian Gerhardt. Emil Zachmans, Vili-Vili-Ainen, Nicolas Guillaume and Martin Zinovskis round out the top 10. Jules Cousin, Lucas Pernod, Victor Frostbay, Enzo Boulogne, Jori Klebo rounds out the top 15. Mats Johan Overhoff takes 16th, ahead of Jori Westerleken. Imke Arts, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Marcelo Vigner-Pahord rounding out the top 20. Kane Cherian is 21st and has crossed the line, and we're just waiting for Nicky Peterson from Denmark to take the checkered flag, who does so just now, I believe, and finishes in 22nd. Unfortunately, on lap 2, we lost Teresa Babichkova and Kian de Brandt from Belgium out on the opening lap. go to our second and last pre-final of the day. It's DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid for their pre-final here on Saturday. So it's an all-German front row with Dennis Thurm and Thomas Piet on the front row, the 517 alongside with the 505. Nicolas Picot, the 537 from France, will be joined by this year's BNL Karting Series kickoff winner, Nikolai Christensen, the 508 from Denmark. Luca Filipponi from Belgium and Michael Becker from Germany will be on row number 3. Dimitri Ostrovsky and Karl Klebor will be on row 4. Yannick Nielsen and Christophe Capitan will round out the top 10. Lennart Schreiber from Germany, Timo Haug in the 575. The Netherlands, Dominic Hummels representing Cyprus in 14th will be Igor Mukin. Juris Andreas Neumann, and last but by certainly no means least, the biggest character in the BNL karting series and also Rotax globally when it comes to competing, Christoph Adams. So 13 minutes plus an additional lap for this race as well, like we had earlier on in DD2. So it will be down to Dennis Thurm and Thomas Piet to line up on the front row, and they will control the pace in the rolling start. The red lights are on the gantry overlooking the start-finish line with 13 minutes set on the timer. The revs start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? DD2 Masters Pre-Final gets going. Good start by Dennis Thurm and was being followed by Nicolas Picot in the 537 representing France as they make their way through turns 2. Now into 3, a couple of drivers using the runoff area. Michael Becker getting his elbows out, possibly up the inside of maybe Timo Haug. It was a parallel chassis I did spot, but Thurm leads the way going through into turn 6 and onto the Europolan for the first time. A little bit of a switchback from Christoph Adams as he's going to get past Igor Mukin on the Birol ART chassis. And goes up to 16th, a little bit of side-by-side dueling, a little bit further in front of the 555, these days now representing the Netherlands, has qualified for France and for Belgium, a bit sideways there. That might have been, I think that was Nikolai Christensen, it was, and he went sideways, the left rear wheel got a little bit of a touch with the right, the right-hand side pod of Thomas Piet going through into turn 10. With Dennis Thurm is now being hunted down by Nicolas Picot for the race lead. Nikolai Christensen will start giving chase. You can't count out the likes of Luca Filipponi, who has also had some good flashes of brilliance when it comes to competing in DD2. Michael Becker is there. And so is Dimitri Ostrovsky. Down the straightaway once again, a little bit of a send a bit further back through into turn number 7, trying to catch who the driver was. It's not possible, might not have been Karl Klebor. I'm just keeping an eye on where Karl is out on the circuit, because he is it was Karl Klebor, as always, the fastest baker in Flanders. He's ahead of the 507. That is Yannick Nielsen, who started 9th. So at the moment, Dennis Thurm leads the way, looking for quite a lengthy time over his left shoulder was Picot. There's Becker trying to look up the inside of Thomas Piet going into turn number 2. Becker rides the curbs. Very good use of them there to not only try and look up the inside of Thomas Piet, but keep Ostrovsky at bay. Filipponi's there. Karl Klebor has also caught them up. He's a 2-time champion back in 2019 and 2021. So this year we will have a new champion. Christoph Adams actually has 3 DD2 Masters titles in the run of the Roll of Honour for the BNL Karting Series. Bit of a send there from Filipponi up the inside. That was a good move there on the 5.15 of Dmitry Ostrovsky for P6. Dennis Tulm at the moment is controlling the pace. A little bit further back, there is some argy-bargy happening, and that's behind Dominic Hummels. That'll be Timo Haug and Jurisalaitis from Latvia. Oh, that was a very, very robust move up the inside from Karl Klebor on Dmitry Ostrovsky, and I think that's just allowed Yannick Nielsen to get through. Further back, that is the 5.99 of Christoph Capitan that has just got through on the 5.15 representing Germany. Through into turn 7. But between Picot, who's in second, Dennis Tulm, who's in first place, the gap has been about 0.3 of a second. Luca Filipponi has gone into the 54s. He's not the only driver to have done it. So has Christoph Capitan on the lap before this one. It was just completed. Michael Becker still trying to get through on Thomas Piet, but he's got the 5.82 of Belgium's Luca Filipponi just behind him. And that's a great send from the Belgian through into turn 7. Becker has to give him enough racing room. And the 5.82 is up into 5th place. Great job there. They've got Yannick Nielsen from Denmark with RS Competition. Had the briefest of brief catch-ups with Robert Schlunzen this morning, the owner and boss at RSC. Just under 8.5 minutes still to go. At the moment, the top 3 keeping some good pace. Dennis Tulm has just set the fastest lap of the race, 54.797. Was in contention for the International Trophy top honours when representing Cyprus back at Le Mans in July of 2021. Karl Klebor is battling away, and he has got Ostrovsky behind him. There is also the 5.77 from the Netherlands, Dominic Hummels, for close company. They've just gone through the turn 7 chicane into the right-hander at 8. But at the moment, Dennis Tulm is still leading the way. Nicolas Picot still holding station in second. Nikolai Christensen in 3rd place. Hummels has a possible opportunity of getting past Dmitry Ostrovsky, whereas Christoph Capitan will now be running in 8th place ahead of Karl Klebor, who's dropped to 9th because of the 5.99 having passed him on track. Hummels is really, really winding up for an opportunistic move on the 5.15. He's going to try and do that through turn 6. Not quite. He loses the back end to the left-hand side there, does the 5.77. Looks over his right-hand shoulder. There's a bit of a gap between him and Timo Haug to the tune of nearly 1.6 seconds. Top 3 last time around, lapped within 1/10 of a second of each other. Dennis Tulm still holding on to the fastest lap of the race. He improved it by 1/10 the previous time, but then Nikolai Christensen in 3rd goes quickest of anybody. 54.663 from the Dane, 5.08. So even though we're just past the halfway point of this race, there is still every opportunity that Nicolas Picot could go for a move on Dennis Tulm, but has to start building towards it. If he's about 0.2 behind at most, behind the German in the 5.17, then Picot has a shot. If he gets the slipstream coming in at that 12th and final corner. It's about 3 kart lengths between the leaders as they just crossed the stripe. Just under 2/10. So Picot, I think, is winding up to it. He's closing in on Dennis Thum in the braking zones, respectively, round this lap through turn 2. Quite prevalent there as they go through into turn number 6. And Picot's looking up the inside of Dennis Thum. Thum kept it pinned round the outside. Meanwhile, Thomas Piet is still battling away, this time with Luca Filipponi and Michael Becker. That is for 4th position on the race itself. But Dennis Thum knows that there is going to be an attack on his chance to keep a hold of that race lead. And still with 5 minutes to go, it's anyone's guess what is going to transpire next. Thomas Piet is still keeping a little bit of distance between himself and Luca Filipponi, but then you see the likes of Michael Becker, Yannick Nielsen, Christophe Capitan could also catch them up. Karl Klibor running in 9th, Ostrovsky in 10th. Picot now has the fastest lap in his pocket, 54.634. That was done on lap number 8 of the race. Luca Filipponi still trying to do everything he can, use every page in his playbook to get past Thomas Piet on the Praga chassis. And now Christophe Capitan is starting to catch them, so is Karl Klibor. So anything could happen between the trio in front, but then more than just a quintet behind, because you've also got Dmitry Ostrovsky and Dominic Hummels battling over the final position in the top 10. Becker might have possibly looked to stick the nose up the inside of Filipponi. The same could have been said on Filipponi on Piet, but that time it did not occur. Dennis Thum, however, has started trying to pull away. He's got the gap between himself and Picot to just over 4.5 tenths of a second. So down into the right-hander at turn 10 go those drivers from 4th backwards. The leader's about to come across the line once again to complete lap number 11. A frighteningly quick pace at the front end of the field. Dennis Thum on lap number 10 set the fastest lap again of the race so far. 54.472, improvements from Picot on fastest lap of their respective fastest laps of the race. Thomas Piet also setting a personal best, going into the high 54.7s. Improvements from Nielsen, Capitan, Klibor and Ostrovsky. Dominic Hummels still trying to put the frighteners on Ostrovsky for that final position in the top 10. There's still 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Thum is still holding on and has kept that lead pretty much as it is for the last few laps. It's just gone up to 0.464 seconds. And Filipponi is trying to start teeing up Thomas Piet for an overtake. But then if he drops the ball on that one, then Michael Becker, Yannick Nielsen, Christophe Capitan could be there to pick up the pieces. A minute and a half, or just under a minute and a half, still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. And Dennis Thum has controlled proceedings from lights out so far, but Picot not too sure if he's going to be able to muster something up. He looks a little bit closer this time, does the Frenchman based out of Bordeaux. The gap was 0.464. It's now less than 0.4. So Picot's just put in his best lap of the race, 54.484. There is the send and a half by Luca Filipponi on Thomas Piet, who, Filipponi just goes all 4 wheels into the air. Thank you very much, says Thomas Piet as he gets through. So a good attempt there by Filipponi, as there is Yannick Nielsen up the inside of Michael Becker through turn 6. And Christophe Capitan is there or thereabouts. Becker now returns the favour through turn 7. Carl Clebot incredibly late on the brakes. And there's Christophe Capitan up the inside of Yannick Nielsen. Carl Clebot nearly thought he had a chance there. And there was a little bit of front to rear bumper contact between the two. But no harm, no foul there. As long as Carl hasn't hit it hard enough to put in the front clips on the bumper. Because that's an automatic 5-second time penalty. 2 laps remaining. We go on to lap number 15 of this race. Gap still between Dennis Toum and Nicolas Picot is about just under 4/10. This time Luca Filipponi does not try to go through on Thomas Piet through into turn number 2, but might start to wind up. He is starting to wind up, going through into turn number 6, because he could get the run on the 505 going through into turn 7 at the Europolan. But he's not close enough. He's going to have another attempt, another couple of attempts at the least. If he can keep close to Piet coming out of the final corner, he might have a better run going through into turns 1 and 2. Incredibly tight radius of steering, and also the amount of bravery you need on the brakes to get into that corner and set it up rightly, because you've got to sweep in wide. So you go wide towards the outside of turn 1 and then rotate it in into turn number 2 whilst going on the brakes. It's not as easy as it looks, folks. And Filipponi does not go through on Piet. He was close, but Piet was nearly sideways through turn 3. And now Filipponi senses that there is a chance to do so, to get through on him through maybe into turn 6, but he loses out a little bit of time to the 505 on the Praga chassis. But closes up under brakes going into turn 7. This is the final lap of the race, and Dennis Toum now leads the way down through into the right-hander at Cafe Corner, turn number 10, for the final time out of 16 laps. Through turn number 11, the checkered flag will wave this time, and it's a win to start the weekend off the right way. Dennis Toum wins the pre-final in DD2 Masters ahead of Nicolas Picot. Great work by BNL Karting Series kickoff champion for 2023, Nikolai Christensen, takes 3rd. Thomas Piet holds off Luca Filipponi to take 4th place. Michael Becker in 6th. Christophe Capitan 7th. Yannick Nielsen, Karl Clebot and Dmitry Ostrovsky round out the top 10 positions. Dominic Hummels, Timo Haug, Christoph Adams, Lennart Schreiber, Igor Mukin and Yuri Solaitis round out the 16 drivers that finished the race. And unfortunately, on lap number 12, it was a retirement for RS Competitions, Andreas Neumann. Now we go to our second of the Minimax heats today. It's Groups A versus C. Here is your starting grid. So on the front row will be Jacob Ashcroft from the United Kingdom and Felipe Reyes from the Netherlands alongside each other on the front row. Oliver Warner and Lucas Stordeur will be on row number 2. Victor Reutz and Rory Armstrong, row 3. Ryan Rivers and Nikita Lubimov, row 4. Boris Verhagen and Maxime Becker round out the top 10. Row number 6, it's Jack Freeman, João Maria Pereira from the UK and Portugal. It's an all-Belgian row number 7 with Bran van der Weyken and Tristan Shays, with Vic van Kampenhout and Lieke van Berkel rounding out the top 8 rows. Leo Gonzalez and Zen Lindemann round out the top 18 positions, with Andreas Jerrup and Maria Roberto rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the 25-strong grid, it's Ryan Rampadarath, Jeff Baker, Jente Moonen, Kieran Stewart and Mikael Kumas. So the drivers now go onto their official formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus a lap of racing. So 12.5 rows, 25 drivers about to go into battle. This will be the last heat for half of the grid, effectively, as we will now make our way into the final corner. The drivers will now split. They head into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Heat 2 for Minimax is underway. Good start by the pole sitter Ashcroft as he leads the field into turn 1 and 2. Oliver Warner. And there has been a little bit of an incident. That's Rory Armstrong and also the 129 that has just been involved, João Maria Pereira from Portugal. So Oliver Warner makes his way up into 3rd position behind Felipe Reyes. There's always a pinch point going into a particular corner on the circuit, and unfortunately both Pereira and Armstrong ending up intertwined. Pereira starting from 12th, Armstrong starting from 6th position on the grid. Now they've got the field makes its way through into turn number 10 on the opening lap. It's going to be close quarter on this one, I think, judging by the difference in, well, the difference in space between the top 6 drivers at this moment. So Ashcroft leads the way. The gap between him and second, which is Felipe Reyes, just over a 10.17 of a second. Oliver Warner rounds out the top 3. He's being hounded by Buvin Power's young Estonian, Nikita Lubimov, in the battle for P3. 4th, it's Lucas Stordeur. We've also got the likes of Boris Verhagen and Ryan Rivers rounding out the top 7 as they make their way through the turn 7 chicane into number 8, the right-hand sweeper, before the left-hand hairpin, which basically is a sweeping hairpin. Bit of a send there. That was a good move there by Oliver Warner. Caught Felipe Reyes slightly unawares there, did the youngster from Argenti Motorsport, who gets a little bit sideways going through turn number 10. And Lubimov nearly loses a position as well. It is going to be side by side with Lucas Stordeur. Stordeur is going to get the run. Looks like there's going to be a change for position here going into turns 1 and 2. And Lubimov doesn't just lose 1 position, loses 2 in the process. It's Boris Verhagen that gets through. So Lubimov finds himself down in... Lubimov now is demoted to 6th position. Could very shortly be 5th because it's side by side. They are nearly touching wheels But Verhaag stays ahead of the Estonian for the moment, through into turn number 7. 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap still remain on the counter. Ashcroft has started to build a little bit of a gap. It was just over half a second over Oliver Warner after the opening 2 laps. We're on lap number 3. That was a bit sideways there. That was from Lucas Dorder, I believe it was, who's currently running in 4th place. At the back end, just completely stepped away from the 117 from Belgium and nearly lost out to Verhaag and Lubimov. Ashcroft now extends his lead. Jack Freeman, who's now in 10th position, currently sets the fastest lap of the race. Now it goes to Jente Moonen. These drivers are now finding themselves able to break the 60-second barrier. Ashcroft's running in the 59.9s. So halfway through this second Minimax heat of today. Little bit of a bump from behind. Now that was, just wondering who that was. Now I'm wondering if Oliver Warner, has he still got second? No, he hasn't. So Oliver Warner's had a drama, so he was bumped from behind. Going into, I think that was possibly turn 10. Warner's trying to fight for survival here. 3 minutes to go. Ashcroft now has a country mile of a lead, nearly 1.2 seconds. As Boris Verhaag is assaulted from all sides. And through goes, that is Nikita Lubimov from Estonia, gets through for 3rd position. And then his teammate, Lucas Dorder, gets through as well, using the old think tap gesture on the right-hand side of his race helmet. Felipe Reyes finds himself behind Boris Verhaag. There's Victor Reutz in the 176 for GKS, not too far behind. Zen Lindemann is in 8th, ahead of Oliver Warner and also, well, it was Oliver Warner. It's now Jente Moonen. Vic van Kampenhout in the 124 representing Belgium, currently 14th at the moment, is the fastest driver out there, 59.759 seconds, the fastest lap of this race. But Ashcroft is just going to pull away as far as he can into the distance. We saw that most of the BNL Karting Series kick-off last month. And now it's just all going to get a little bit, not tetchy I would say, but more to the case, it's going to be a little bit more closely fought. But Felipe Reyes and Nikita Lubimov have pulled away from Lucas Dorder in the meantime. The gap between the two teammates of moving power, as there has been a little bit of a change. That is Bram van der Weken being passed by Vic van Kampenhout. So the top 10 at the moment covered by just over 4 seconds at the end of 5 racing laps. It's definitely getting a lot closer, but there has been a change for second with just under 60 seconds to go on the timer. Nikita Lubimov has got through past Felipe Reyes to take second position. If it had been a minute or so ago, I think Lubimov might have had an opportunity to really close up that gap to Jacob Ashcroft. Change a little bit further back. Zen Lindemann looks to have lost a position. Going through into turn number 6. Lindemann was the mini rookie BNL kickoff champion this year. Also was last year's Micromax champion. Going to be close to the wire with regards to the timer ticking down, because we've only got 7 seconds left to go. This could be on the bubble. And last lap has been shown, so Jacob Ashcroft starts the 8th and final lap. Nikita Lubimov has Felipe Reyes looking up the inside of the 112 from Estonia, going into turns 1 and 2. So if Felipe Reyes can get the run on Nikita Lubimov, the bright blue of Gamoto very much heavily represented in the top 6, courtesy of Felipe Reyes in 3rd, Boris Verhaag and now Ryan Rivers in 5th and 6th respectively. They've got Lucas Lauder sitting currently in 4th place. But Ashcroft has not really had to look back that often. He was getting closed in on by Oliver Warner, but Ashcroft comes out of the final corner. He's going to win a race today, and it's by a comfortable margin. Nice work by Nikita Lubimov, who started 8th, finished in 2nd. Felipe Reyes in 3rd place. Lucas Lauder, Boris Verhaag ran at the top 5, covered by just under 2.5 seconds. Ryan Rivers, Victor Reutz, Jente Moonen, Jack Freeman and Zen Lindemann round out the top 10 positions. Big Van Kampenhout, Maxime Becker, Oliver Warner, Bran van der Weyken, Leo Gonzalez, Rory Armstrong, Lieke van Berkel, Tristan Shays, Andres Hierro and João Maria Pereira round out the top 20 positions. And completing the finishing order, it is going to be Jeff Verbeek, Ryan Rampadarath, Kieran Stewart, Maria Roberto and Mikael Kumas. Time to get underway with our second of 3 junior road tax heats. It's groups A versus C. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Alberto Kiko Fracassi will start from pole position ahead of Armand Hamilton. Row 2, it's Mateo Denkovic and Max Cuthbert with Boloet and Tay Stevens on row number 3. Tom Serler and Lucas Sells will round out the top 4 rows with Christopher Elfagali and Max Sidursky completing the top 10. Thomas Behrmann, Luca Brima, Batuan Kumas, Matthias Jellerup, Krik Knoren, Timo Jungling, August Raver, then we've got Olivia Yonkers, Joshua Graham and Ryan Bourguignon rounding out the top 20. James Anagorstiidis and Isaac Demelweek will round out the top 11 rows ahead of Danny Shields, Tino Sidler, Julian Kovacevic and Emmanuel Jovanovic, Kiran Bartenstein, Thomas Ingram Hill, Glenn Schwillens, Mathis Aumetre, Jake Menton, Romeo Nazar, Josephine Vunderov, Johan Slobinski, Bruno Perla and Hughes Piquillon rounding out the 36-strong grid. So, after their third race, well, the third heat later on this afternoon, we'll then find out who will be going through to the top 30, automatically qualifying for the pre-finals, pre-final and the final tomorrow, whereas the other 24 out of 54 drivers will be battling early tomorrow morning for the final 6 places on the grid through the Junior Rotax Second Chance Heat. And then the remainder, the 18 that don't get through, will then end up competing for trophies in the B final. There's Fracassi and Hamilton. They'll be on the front row. They'll be the ones controlling the pace on the rolling start. The red light's ignited on the starting gantry once again. This will be a very well organised and tightly packed formation as the drivers make their way out of the final corner into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Junior Road Tax Heat number 2 gets underway first time. Good start by Fracassi and Hamilton trying to keep it pinned round the outside, going in through into turns number 1 and 2. Radenkovic looking up the inside, gets through. Hamilton has to use the runoff area to avoid any kind of incident and stays in 3rd place. Max Cuthbert in 4th. Looks like Boloet might be up into 5th place as there is a little bit of drama at the back end of the field. 2-3 wide at points. As they go through into turn number 7, it's a little bit of a squeeze and someone's having to use the runoff area off of turn number 7 to avoid any incidents there. It's 3 abreast. Some drivers trying to make up positions. I think one of which was Danny Shields, who's just made a nice move through the inside of turn number 9 just now on the opening lap. Fracassi leads the way. Radenkovic 2nd. Hamilton 3rd. 4th, it is Loet. Cuthbert in 5th. And there is the move to take the race lead on the beginning of the 2nd lap by Mateo Radenkovic, but Fracassi is not wanting to relinquish it. And I think he's got back. Well, I thought he might have gotten back through, had Kiko, but on that particular occasion, not quite. It was Elfagali up the inside of Max Cuthbert through turn number 6, the Lebanese driver. First ever driver to win a World Karting event, which was the Grand Finals in Portimao last year, from anyone from said nation, and got a lot of coverage as a direct result. Boloet looks to be now up into possibly 3rd place. Thomas Behrmann also trying to get through to get a couple of positions. And he's trying to battle away. That is with Elfagali. Just behind them, that is going to be either Max Sidursky or Luca Brima as they come across the line. Fracassi now leads. Radenkovic gets a little bit of a slight touch from behind, courtesy of Boloet. Loet started down in 5th, now up into P3. Hamilton and Tom Strehler round out the top 5. Elfagali now up into 6th ahead of Thomas Behrmann. Dave Stevens ahead of Lucas Sells and Matthias Jellerup, who round out the top 10 positions. We have got a kart, unfortunately, On the inside, could be Josephine Wunderhoff from RS Competition, who's walking away from the kart. So that kart will take no further participation. Looks like Hughes Piquillon is also out of the race. So 2 drivers out of 36 not taking any further participation. And Louette has got past Radenkovic in the meantime. Looking over his left and right shoulder frantically was Bo. Hamilton has got Tom Sweller not too far behind. Behrman now up into 6th position ahead of Dave Stevens. El Fagali drops to 8th place. El Fagali's been doing a lot of simulator training coming into the couple of weeks leading into this event. So Glenn Schwillens drops to 33rd. Nemanja Jovanovic, who started 26, has actually dropped outside of the top just outside of the top 25. Kieran Bartenstein, Ryan Bourguignon have made up moves. So has Joshua Graham starting 19th. Youngster from Argenti Motorsport in the 298, now 14th position. First ever European road tax event he's attended. Has raced elsewhere in karting, but in different categories. Now the race is really on for 2nd position. Bolowet is going defensive as Matej Radenkovic tries to thread the eye of the needle, and Bolowet gets the touch as a result of the 297. A bit of a tricky rejoin there. Bit of a late rejoin, I fear, from Matej Radenkovic, who tried to force the issue. And that, again, Armand Hamilton was just gifted that opportunity. And now there's still more havoc happening around the circuit. Bolowet, you've got the 222 there as well. Max Swiderski amongst others. And there is Radenkovic. Well, no, that is not Radenkovic. That is Tom Stöhler. So Stöhler has now got through on Hamilton for 2nd position. Fracassi has now bolted away from the rest of the field and has a comfortable lead. Radenkovic now down into 4th position. 5th it's Tom Stöhler, then it's Thomas Behrman, who's now got the 212 behind him. That is Olivier Yonkers. Actually, El Fagali's now up into 5th. So, yeah, there's been a couple of drivers that have also dropped as well. That was Matthias Jellerup that has dropped down the order. So El Fagali 5th. There's an absolute carambolage happening in the mid-pack. I count at least 6 or 7 karts. That's probably around about below 15th position that has just gone like a load of hornets heading through into turns 4 and 5. So just under a minute and a half remaining in this penultimate junior road tax heat. And Alberto Kiko Fracassi is trying to take full advantage of what has happened behind. So the Italian in the 276, Armand Hamilton trying to get through on Tom Stöhler. Went a little bit wide into the final corner. A little bit further back, that is Olivier Yonkers passing Thomas Behrman into turn 2. So the 259 now drops into 7th position. He's got Dave Stevens, Krik Knoren, Lucas Sells from France is running at the top 10. It's not too far behind this. There's the 282 of Stevens, tries to get through on Behrman as they head down into turn 7. Behrman manages to put himself neatly in front of Dave Stevens going into the braking zone and into the apex. Behrman now trying to look up the inside, retakes the position. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake there from Yonkers, and that nearly allowed Dave Stevens to get through, and Stevens is through the final corner. 2 more laps to go, including this one, and Fracassi is still leading. Radenkovic has now got through, and there is El Fagali. El Fagali trying to see if he can get past Armand Hamilton. The Lebanese driver tried to get through at turn 2. Hamilton was firm in his defence, and now this time through into turn 6. El Fagali gets through, runs Hamilton fairly, well, it was a fair move, and they gave each other enough racing room. El Fagali got through. Hamilton had to not avoid, but just keep out of harm's way for the pair of them, so there was no incident. So good spatial awareness by both drivers. So the timer has hit 0. One more lap to go after this. Still some battling away. Boulouet is having to try and do his best. He's got the likes of Lucas Sells, amongst others, battling with him. But last lap board is out, and Alberto Kiko Fracassi is leading the way. Tom Strela in second. Radenkovic in third, and Radenkovic has pulled the pin on the grenade and got past the Latvian. Now Fagali is not too far behind either. Final lap underway. Hamilton in fifth, Behrman in sixth, Loet, Sells, Stevens and Knorren round out the top 10 positions. As our leader now makes their way through into turn number 9 for what is the last time on lap number 9 itself. Alberto Kiko Fracassi has basically done exactly what he's needed to do. He's taken a page out of the playbook of Kasper Schomans, who won the earlier heat today. Out of the final corner comes the Italian, and the 276 picks up heat 2. Victory for Strawberry Racing. Good run by Mateo Denkovic to recover to second. Tom Sviller and Christopher Elfagali from Dan Holland Racing ran at the top 4. Ahead of Armand Hamilton, Thomas Behrman, Boulouet, Lucas Sells, Dave Stevens and Knorren ran out the top 10. Olivier Jonkers would finish in 11th, ahead of Joshua Graham, Thomas Ingram Hill, Timo Jungling and Max Cuthbert. Kinnan Bartenstein, Batuan Kumas, Max Sidursky, Tino Sidler and Ryan Bourguignon round out the top 20 positions. After that, it was James Anagnostiaitis. I'm going to have to speak to the parents a little bit later on because I can't get that surname right, no matter how hard I try. Apologies for that. Danny Shields in 22nd. Isaac de Melweek rounding out the top 23 ahead of Luca Prima, Nemanja Jovanovic, Matti Sometre, August Reiber. Then we've also got Bruno Pearl, Glenn Schvillens, Jake Menton, Julian Kovacevic, Johan Slobinski, Rami Nazar, and then we've also got Matthias Jeller rounding out the 34 that finished the race. 35th, retiring on lap 1, Josephine Wunderhoff from Denmark, and from France, Hughes Piquillon. Now it's time to get the second barrage of heats underway for Senior Rotax. Here's your starting grid. For Senior Rotax, Heat 3, Groups A versus D. Jaden Teen and Austin Lee on the front row. It's an all-British row too, with the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, and Ethan Jeff Hall, last year's Euro Trophy Junior Champion on row 2. Teresa Babichkova and Robbie Stalder, row 2. Luke Neeson and Matthew Higgins, row 4. Tommy van der Stroys and Mika Barthélemy complete the top 10. Then it's Mitch Haynert, Damian Rost, Jamie Perrelli, Kamal Murad, Lachlan Robinson, Zach Scowler, Days Dams, Mario Sidler, Atyom Sestikovs, Kaz Boshouse rounding out the top 20. Stain Scholten, Christoph Sala, Scott Westhovens, Jaren Schultz, Tonis Johannes Tomingas, Antoine Mahler, Gussi van Gogh, Alexander Savinkov, Chloe Kennard, Rafael Jesus, Iva Anagnostiidis, Andrea Kostic, Benoit Tordema, Simsep, Artur Caro, and Tristan van Vliet. All drivers now heading on to the official formation lap as the red lights ignite on the starting gantry once again. 7 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. This is the second set of heats. Well, drivers will be now competing in their second of 3 heats, with the top 30 going through automatically to tomorrow's pre-final and final. At the end of today, those top 30 will progress. We'll then have the 36 drivers after them go through into the second chance heat. So after today, 6 drivers will be more than likely heading into the B final tomorrow, late morning. But the 36 that will make it through from 31st to 66th will be put into the second chance heat, and the top 6 will then go through to the final stages of the race weekend. Revs rise, are we ready, are we steady? Heat 3 for Senior Rotax gets underway first time. Jaden Thien leads the field going into turn 1. Lewis Gilbert to the inside, Austin Lee to the outside of Jaden Thien, and Lewis Gilbert has got the race lead, and Jaden Thien has got an instant problem, and he's started whacking the engine with his right fist to get it going again, to sort of kick-start it, and he lost a lot of positions. Jaden Thien is in the mid-pack of the field, and that is a very dangerous point. Oh, hang on, Jaden Thien is slowing. Jaden Thien is slowing on the back straightaway down the Ytterpolan, and that is it. And he's absolutely frustrated. You can see him hammer-fisting the pipe that connects to the left-hand side of the engine. And Jaden Thien's body language says it all. Disappointment after a race 1 victory earlier on today. Yet now that has changed everything. But there is a scrap at the front of the field. Lewis Gilbert has got Austin Lee and Ethan Jeff Hall for close company. It is side by side at multiple points up and down the grid. And there are some real close dogfights. Matthew Higgins has made his way into the top quartet. And now Lewis Gilbert is just one driver from CAF Motorsport. He's got a trio from Strawberry right on his case. Ethan Jeff Hall opens up the door. That allows Austin Lee to get through, and Matthew Higgins. Ethan Jeff Hall now drops to 3rd. Lewis Gilbert down to 4th position. It only had to take one driver to open the door. I'm not too sure whether Lewis Gilbert might have had a slight issue, not from Ethan Jeff Hall making the move, but whether there was a problem as a result of him coming out of that corner, because he did run a little bit uncharacteristically wide. But there is Teresa Babichkova not too far behind, neither is Mika Barthélemy. Robbie Stalder, there's Babichkova up the inside of the Scotsman. Lachlan Robinson looking to make some places up the order, as it is 3 from Strawberry at the front end of the field, but it is all for themselves. There will be no team orders in karting, unless it's absolutely required, but a few places being gained by several of the drivers. Lachlan Robinson So we've had a little bit of a coming together. That is the 357 and the 353. Artyom Sestakov's and Scott Westhoven's through turn 6. As now the field makes its way through into the right-hander at turn 10. 4 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap. Babičková giving chase. Tommy van der Soy's now behind Lewis Gilbert in 6th position. Just behind them, you've got Mika Barthélemy and Luke Neeson battling over position and real estate. And now Ethan Jeff Hall has got through on Matthew Higgins. Is he? No, he's not trying to put it round the outside through turn 4. Well, he tried through turn 3 on Austin Lee to get the race lead, but Austin Lee knew where to park the cart. If they keep this formation up and they start interchanging positions, what's going to happen as a direct correlation? Those behind will close on in. Case in point, 323, Teresa Babičková is right with them. And then you look at the train behind, and it is a considerable one. Because Lewis Gilbert, Tommy van der Soy's, you give them an inch, they will take a country mile, as will any senior Rotax driver does. Now that's Babičková up past Matthew Higgins. She's now up into 3rd place. 3 minutes and 10 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. And there is a move. That is van der Soy's up the inside of Gilbert, who blocks off the opportunity for Luke Neeson to get through on the 316 for KAF Motorsport. So this is getting rather interesting indeed. So, unfortunately, Jaden Teen, we did lose. He's watching by the sidelines, but he's got another race to come. So there's every opportunity for him to do some damage limitation and get himself into the top 30 for tomorrow, rather than having go through the second chance heat. Austin Lee continues to lead. Ethan Jeff Hall in 2nd. Teresa Babičková in 3rd. 4th, it's now Tommy van der Soy's. Matthew Higgins now in 5th. Lewis Gilbert goes defensive ahead of Luke Neeson once again as Babičková up the inside of Austin Lee. And, Tommy van der Soy's gets passed by Matthew Higgins through turn 2. And the 18-year-old from Trafalgar in Wales tries to get through on Austin Lee through the very next corner. Doesn't quite transpire. Great work by Lachlan Robinson. He's now up into what was, well, he started 15th. He's now in the top 10. Jamie Perilli having a better race this time around is just ahead of the 326 from KR Sports. As getting a little bit close for comfort there between van der Soy's and Higgins once again. Van der Soy's up into 4th place. Gilbert now looking for the opportunity to get past the 364. And there it goes. Luke Neeson looking also up the inside of Higgins, goes side by side. And might get the drag going into turns 1 and 2 as Babičková now fighting with Jeff Hall to get the race lead. We only have 1 minute and a quarter plus an additional lap. And now this is bringing back in Austin Lee into the fray. It will also bring in Tommy van der Soy's. Ethan Jeff Hall goes defensive and tight on the apex through turn 6. And now down into turn 7. Someone's going to try and outbrake the other. It's going to get a bit close. It did get a bit close, but Babičková kept it going. As that was a bit robust there from Tommy van der Soy's on Austin Lee. And the 354 from the Netherlands gets through for 3rd place. Now Lewis Gilbert senses a wind of opportunity going his way because Austin Lee has got him right on his back bumper. And now through turn 12 once again, 30 seconds on the timer. 2 laps remain. Ethan Jeff Hall now leads. Teresa Babičková, and then there's a bit of a dogfight between, that is Lee and Higgins. And Gilbert has started scarpering away from them. Through into turn 5 once again, now into 6. So Teresa Babičková will have an opportunity. Does she have the waft down the straight? Very close indeed, as Higgins looks up the inside of Austin Lee. That's a great move by the 364. Normally when I've seen him in senior Rotax has been the 375, but Luke Neeson nabbed that number before he did. And a little bit further back, there is still some great moves happening. Zach Scowler, new recruit to Yaz Heat Academy, with the Cosmic chassis running. And there's been a bit of a development now. Teresa Babichkova was just passed by Tommy van der Soys, whether there might have been a little bit of robustness. And Ethan Jeff Hall now battling van der Soys as they were 8/100ths apart, going on to the final lap. So any one of these at least 4, maybe 6 drivers could pick up the victory here, as now Lewis Gilbert slingshots up the inside through turn 4 on Babichkova for 3rd place. Now Ethan Jeff Hall starting to defend against Tommy van der Soys. They are good friends off track. Now Babichkova looks to the outside of Lewis Gilbert into turn 7 for the final time. Higgins is there. Lee is there. Top 6 now battling for the race victory in this 3rd heat out of 6. Oh, it's the domino effect nearly happened, but Ethan Jeff Hall manages to keep ahead. They're all swarming into turn 10. And it's going to get a bit close for comfort. Higgins keeps it pinned to the outside. There's the 305 of Mitch Haynett. But out of the final corner, it's going to be Ethan Jeff Hall, Tommy van der Soys and Lewis Gilbert that round out your top 3, with the 397 from Lancaster picking up a victory today. Teresa Babichkova takes 4th, ahead of Matthew Higgins. Austin Lee rounds out the top 6 positions. Good work by Mitch Haynett and Zach Scowler. Mika Bartholomew and Taze Dams round out the top 10. Mario Sidler, Devian Horst, Antoine Mahler, Hobby Sodder, Stein Scholten. Then we've got Kaz Boshaus, Christoph Saller. Good run for Chloe Canal this time. She finishes in 18th, ahead of Kamal Murad and Alexander Savinkov from the UK. Benoit Tordima, Jarin Schultz, Iva Anagnostiidis, Rafael Jesus and Jamie Perilli round out the top 25. Gustav van Gogh, Tristan van Vliet, Andrea Kostic, Atjoms Sestakovs, Luke Neeson and Scott Westhovens round out the top 31. Simsep, Donis Johannes Dominguez were the last of the finishers. Unfortunately, Lachlan Robertson retiring on lap 6. Otto Caro on lap 2, and a technical problem with his engine. Jaden Thien retired down the Europlan on the opening lap. Now it's time for heat number 4 for Senior Rotax, Groups B versus C. Here is your starting order. Elia Papacena and Kai Gilertz will be on the front row. Maxence Bouvier and Kai Hunter will be on row 2. Dion van Werven and Sean Butcher, row 3. Montego Masson and Paul Fouquemin, row 4, with Nolan Lemeré and Matteo Pianezzola rounding out the top 10. Petra Babichkova and Jod van Wijk will be on row number 6, ahead of Vic Stevens, Frederik Zebis Christensen, Sverre Ubben, Fahim Mega, Lawrence Herboz, Paul Hamburg, Andrei Petrovic and Adam Valster, who complete the top 20. Sim van Vliet, Bram Ossewaarde, Sam Bergstein, Josh Webster, Enzo Dickenberg, Jake Bezelbecker, Ralf van der Pevert, Anton Morsing, Matthias Kroon, Romans Rodinovs, Pat Gubbles, Karl Korenik, Axel Goes, Amanda Salonen, Spencer Braun and Ragnar Simuland rounding out the 36-strong grid. I have to give a shout out to a couple of people on the YouTube chat at the moment. Tommy saying, what a race, what chaos. Yep. Good luck to all the drivers from Luis Simon. Thank you very much, Luis. Good to hear from you all. And thank you very much for those that are continuing to watch our dedicated stream on the YouTube channel. There will be one for tomorrow as well, right the way through all the action tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. So the drivers have completed the sighting lap. Oh, and we've got one kart off, and that is the 328. Jake Bezelbeck from Germany. The RTM Team Magraf outfit, due to start on the outside of row number 13, has a near stumble and was very lucky not to accidentally stumble onto the tarmac whilst pulling the kart along by its front fairing. So might have to end up starting at the back end of the grid because everyone is starting to get into formation rather quickly. We have had one full start. We're being told to hurry up and get into position. So the front end of the field, it's Papacena and Gilertz on the front row. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by the front row. Gilertz looking to go to the outside of Papacena going into turns 1 and 2. Hunter is on the outside as well, as it's getting a bit close for comfort. Everyone manages to get through so far, but there is somebody wide and there is a bit of jockeying for position. And there's 3 wide coming out of turn number 4. It's Kai Hunter that looks to have taken advantage again and has ended up at the front end of the field. They're all making their way through turns 7 and 8. And everyone seems to have negotiated things so far. As it's 2 by 2 a little bit further back towards the end of the field. Enzo Dickenberg, I think, might be in the foray there. A little bit wide coming out of turn number 11 by the 373 of Paul Hamburg from Estonia. Hunter takes a look over the right shoulder. He leads after the opening lap. Maxence Bouvier not too far behind. And then Gilertz sends it up the inside. That is on Papacena for P3 through turn 2. Nice work by the Belgian in the 374. Sean Butcher holding on to 5th place at the moment. Has got Dion van Werven just behind. And the Dutchman tries to get through at turn 6. Butcher shuts the door. And, oh, Butcher made a little bit of it. That was a bit of an easy overtake because Papacena made a bit of a mistake coming out of the turn 7 chicane. So Butcher made it through. KR Sport driver, the 302, now up into 4th position. The train starting to extend from the front of the field. And now Maxence Bouvier decides to go through on Hunter. Now Gilertz is also trying to thread the eye of the needle. He's going to get through, gets the side draft. So is Butcher. There's a touch between Hunter and Gilertz going down the start-finish straight. And Butcher now tries to get through on Hunter. Does so, gets up to P3. Papacena's between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Van Werven's getting bumped all over the shop. And then Maxence Bouvier leads the way, going through into turn number 6. Butcher keeping close to the back bumper of Gilertz heading into the braking zone for turn number 7. And Hunter and Butcher trying to put a little bit of pressure on Gilertz. Went wide coming out of the turn 7 chicane to sweep back up the inside through turn 8. Gilertz anticipated it and kept the door closed. Dion van Verven's going to lose another position. I think it's Paul Fouquemin from France that's got through. So a lot of changes happening, and there's been a multi-kart incident. That includes also Petra Babičková. Oh, dearie me. There were a few karts involved. I think Matteo Pianisola might have been involved in that as Butcher and Rilitz are side by side coming out of turn 3. Hunter nearly got through on the inside of the 302 from KR Sport through turn 4. Kept out of harm's way. Andrei Petrovic, in the meantime, is battling away with Nolan Lemerhay and quite a few others as Hunter goes up the inside of Butcher through turn number 7. The two Brits trying to outdo each other and try and do the old Nigel Mansell dummy from the 1990s in Formula 1. 3.5 minutes still to go. But this is allowing Maxence Bouvier to pull away. Rilitz has got a little bit of distance between himself and Hunter and Butcher looking up the inside through into turn 12, and he gets through. That's going to open the door for Montego Masson, possibly. No, Papasin has gotten through. Fouquemin might be in the mix there as well. There is an absolute skirmish happening. And Montego Masson might have gotten through. No, he didn't. Papacena, however, did. Van Verven's got the ringside seat behind everything that's happening in front of him. And now Papacena pulls the pin on the grenade, goes sideways, going through into the braking zone, into turn number 6, and that lets Butcher get back through and gets the undercut through turn 6 onto the Europlan. So Papacena, back end not being compliant, and that's allowed Kai Hunter to get through on turn 9. And so is that's Fouquemin that's just got through. Montego Masson getting side by side, and we have had an incident at right just off of turn number 10, so no overtaking permitted. There is a kart. That might be Frederik Zebis Christensen, I believe, from Denmark in the 307. He's out of the race. Now someone's just gone off. 2 drivers have gone off. Montego Masson being one of them, and Elia Papacena being the other. And they've just ended up going off the track, and effectively the exit of the dummy grid has been used to their... Well, they've ended up there. Rilitz, in the meantime, has managed to catch and pass Maxence Bouvier in the 301 for the race lead. Just under 2 minutes to go, and Rilitz now has an opportunity at a heat victory today. So there will be yellow flags continuing to wave at turn number 10. So no overtaking. As soon as they see the green flag, they'll be able to start again. Looks like, I'm not too sure if the yellow flag's been retracted. It might have very well have done so as we head on to lap number 7. More jockeying for position a little bit further back. And now Van Verven's been swamped. Petrovic has gotten through on him. Spoke with Petrovic, who's now switched back to the Lion chassis. He went, well, when I was on the OTK, it didn't quite suit my driving style, and I feel a lot more confident on this chassis, and that's, as they say, the proof is in the pudding. And then also got the 333. There's Jod van Wijk from JJ Racing, representing the Netherlands. Vic Stevens is looking up the inside in the 369, gets through, and there is Axel Goes. He also gets through. Axel Goes has done an absolute monster run up the field. Started 33rd, I think might now be up in 10th position on merit. Along with the fact that there were a couple of incidents in front of him, so he's managed to circumnavigate all that drama to get through. Petrovic is starting to defend, and that will be from Nolan Lemerhay. And Lemerhay has got through for 6th position. This is going to be the penultimate lap, lap 8 out of 9. So Axel Goes currently sitting in what is now 10th position. A gain of 23 places. Not an easy run for the TB Kart Netherlands driver. As all that was a bit close, very close indeed there for the 333 of Van Wijk, but manages to get through on Dion van Verven. That was Adam Balster running with RR Racing, run by Raymond Riedveld. But now we will be going on to the 9th and final lap as Kai Rilitz leads the way. Sean Butcher in 2nd, now ahead of France's Maxence Bouvier. Kai Hunter in 4th, Fouquemin in 5th, Lemare and Petrovic battling away over 6th position as they head onto the final lap. Vic Stevens, I think, might have just been passed. He has been, well, he hasn't been passed. He's ahead of Axel Goes, who has got Jort van Wijk very close to him. So our race leader now leads the quintet of karts at the front end of the field. 35 looking to complete all 9 laps, and Rilets is just a handful of corners away. Butcher getting closer, corner by corner, as they now make their way out of turn number 9 into turn 10 for the final time. 2 corners remain. It is about getting as many solid finishes to get yourself through. Bouvier battling away with Hunter out of the final corner. But it's Rilets that takes the win. Butcher second by just under a tenth and a half. Bouvier, Hunter for Quemen was off onto the grass coming out of the final quarter because Hunter was sternly defending. Nolan Lemare keeps ahead of Andrei Petrovic at the flag, and Petrovic was half a second down on the Frenchman. Vic Stevens, Axel Goes, Jort van Wijk, Dion van Werven, Annem Walster, Ralf van der Pevert, Lawrence Herboz. Another solid showing for Bram Ossewaarde from the Netherlands in the 376. Siem van Vliet, Jack Webster finishes 17th, head of Sverre Ubben, Farin Mega, Sam Bergstein rounding out the top 20. Anton Morsing, Matthias Kroon, Karl Korenik, Paul Hamburg, Spencer Brom, again another solid finish for the Brit, finishing 25th, having started 35th on the grid. Matteo Pianizzola finishing in 26th, ahead of Montego Masson, Enzo Dickenberg, Romans Rodinovs, Puck Gubbles, Elia Papacena started on the front row, unfortunately finishing in 31st. Ragnar Simulan, Petra Babichkova in 33rd after the incident at turn 12 early in the race. Amanda Salonen and Jake Bezelbeck make it to the end of the race, with Fredrik Zebis Christensen retiring on lap number 3 after an incident at turn 10. So now we get underway with our first final of the weekend here on Saturday. It's DD2. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So the results of the pre-final determine the starting order for the final. Tom Bracken and Enzo Boll will again lead from the front of the field with Bracken on pole. Patrick Stols-Lokmelis and Maxim Grix will be on row number 2. Carl Gustav Borgaard and Emil Zachmans will be on row 3. Ville Viliainen and Nicolas Guillaume round out the top 4 rows. Martin Janovskis and Francis Jules Cousin round out the top 10. Canada's Lucas Pernod and Denmark's Victor Frostbay will be on row number 6. Kylian Guérin, also representing France, and Jordi Klebo, representing Belgium, will be on row number 7. Row 8 is Germany's Mats-Johan Overhoff and France's Enzo Boulogne. Jordi Westerlaken from the Netherlands and also countryman Imke Arts will be on row number 9. Ilias Kaliakmanis and Marcelo Vigna-Pahord will round out the top 20. Completing the 24-strong grid will be Kane Cherian, Nikki Pedersen, Teresa Babichkova and Kian de Brandt, representing the UAE, Denmark, the Czech Republic and Belgium respectively. So as opposed to 13 minutes plus an additional lap in the pre-final, it's 15 minutes plus an additional lap. Drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out for the DD2 final here on Saturday. Good start by the front row as Bracken and Boll trying to keep in some kind of formation. Patrick Stols-Lokmelis thinks otherwise. Gets up the inside of Enzo Boll to take second position from the young Dutchman. And it is going to be the 4.54. Great start by Emils Akmans, who started 6th on the grid. As the drivers make their way down the Europelan, a little bit wide and a bit sideways. Might have been Carl Gustav Borgaard possibly coming out of the chicane. As there has been a little bit of a moment going through turn 9, and someone has definitely not had a good one. Lucas Pernod is slowing as, oh, well, it's definitely elbows out and sharpened, folks. And that's only on the opening lap. So Lucas Pernod was at the back end of the field. Oh no, the Canadian having to pull into the pit lane. It's a disaster for the 450 from KR Sports. It looks like Enzo Boulogne was also a driver that was compromised by that incident through turn number 9, but leading the way, it is still Tom Bracken. He's got just over a 0.3 of a second advantage over Patrick Stols-Lokmelis. Enzo Boll rounds out the top 3, covered by 0.6 after the opening lap. Emils Akmans now trying to see if he can make an impact at the front end of the field. Maxim Grix in 5th place, ahead of Carl Gustav Borgaard, who I think might have been the one going sideways. Ville Viliainen is in 7th, ahead of Victor Frostbay, who started down in 12th position. So the Dane from RS Competition making some moves up the order. We've also got the 451 of Jules Cousin. Martin Janovskis is in 10th position. Nicolas Guillaume battling away. That is going to be with Jordi Klebo, 4th position. And an attempted move has happened. Victor Frostbay has got through on Finland's Ville Viliainen, 4th position. Jules Cousin now also looking to do the same a little bit further round this lap of the circuit. Viliainen takes the tight defensive line through turn number 6 onto the Europlan and keeps Cousin at bay for the minute. There is, oh well, Martin Janovskis definitely felt a bit racy going into turn 9 and gave Jules Cousin something to think about, and the Frenchman went wide coming out of turn 9. Now has Nicolas Guillaume not too far behind, and Guillaume goes up the inside of the French driver through into turn 12. Cousin will have the switchback and is side by side. Guillaume to the outside, Cousin to the inside, and now into turns 1 and 2. Cousin keeps the place, but then that was a bit of a late dive to the inside by Guillaume, and that all opened the door for Yuri Clebot to get through. There's two other drivers just behind them, which also includes Kilian Gerhardt and Mats-Johan Overhoff. He takes a casual look over his right shoulder, and that is how you try and get past multiple drivers in one opportunity. And oh dearie me, that is Kilian Gerhardt, who gets he gets hit. Well, his front bumper gets hit. And is that Guillaume? I think that is. And that back axle is not going anywhere. That's well, that's definitely not what you want. So the back axle bent after contact. So Guillaume must have got a little bit of a hefty whack on one of the rear tyres for it to happen. And another one, I think, got compromised as well. Maybe even Imke Arts, possibly. Well, yeah, Guillaume will be out on the spot as the top 5 have started closing in on each other. Bracken hasn't gotten away like he did in the opening race in the pre-final, but still has kept a hold of the race lead. So it's between this 5 at the front of the field. Emils Akmans will want to do something here. So will Maxime Dirix. It's a case of who's going to pull the pin on the grenade, and it's Loch Mellis. Loch Mellis up the inside of Bracken to take the race lead. Dirix gets the undercut on Akmans, going through into turn number 12. And not only has Tom Bracken lost out the lead, he's lost out second to his SP Motorsport teammate. Enzo Boll now up into P2. And here comes the cavalry, folks, because not too far behind, you've got the 411 of Victor Frostbay, and Enzo Boll goes up the inside of Loch Mellis through into turn 7. Now takes the lead. Tom Bracken holding on for dear life for P3. And I hope that Robert Schlunzen has got his medication on standby just in case, because he's got 3 of his drivers line astern. Borgard, Frostbay, Borgard and Villiainen. And now Maxime Dirix goes up the inside of Tom Bracken. Akman's also trying to fire his way through. Victor Frostbay is in the slipstream of the Latvian. And Tom Bracken needs to just concentrate on keeping in front of those behind him. This has been, well, top 9 drivers rounded out by Latvia's Martins Janovskis, covered by 1.6 seconds. Akman's now up the inside of Bracken through turn 6. Frostbay getting hassled by Borgard, who sends it up the inside through turn 7, gets through. Villiainen nearly got the opportunity himself, but that nearly compromised him because of the fact that Janovskis is behind him at the moment. So great close quarter action here from 4th place backwards. And now Frostbay up the inside of Bracken. Will Borgard get through? No, he doesn't. Now Villiainen looking up the inside of Borgard. He gets through, and all sideways for Janovskis, but catches the slide, well held. And then behind them, that is Yuri Clebot. Mats-Johan Overhoff is in 11th position. Where did Matt start? 15th. Now, he's using this race weekend as a tune-up because he's in 2 minds of what's happening next week at the Euro Trophy, because he's double booked himself. He's got E20 and Senior Rotax next weekend. But because of the DD2s having the front and rear brake systems, it kind of works in parallel with the E20, which runs on the Sodi Sigma DD2 chassis. So now Tom Bracken has got Victor Frostbay just behind. Carl Gustav Borgard is a little bit further up the road from Ville Villiainen, who's ahead of the 418 from Belgium. But it's Enzo Boll who now leads the way as we're fast approaching half-time. Well, we are nearly at half-time. Good move there. That is 10th place by Mats-Johan Overhoff. Got a really nice undercut on Yuri Clebot going through into the final corner. And there is the recovering Teresa Babičková. She's come all the way back from the penultimate place on the grid, 23rd, and now she's in 11th, so 12 positions gained by the Czech Republic driver. Just under 7 minutes remain on the timer, plus an additional lap. And this is where it's going to be very, very crucial for these drivers just to strategize. Lockmelis is only 2.5 tenths behind. Enzo Bol for the race lead. Dirks is in 3rd place. Could be a driver to consider for a race victory. That'd be a good way to start his BNL Karting Series campaign off. And Tom Bracken finds himself in 8th position at the moment. He's just been passed by Victor Frostbait. And Martin Zianovskis, despite that sideways scare he had a few moments ago, still sitting in 9th. He's about 2 seconds up the road, well, exactly 2 seconds up the road last time round in front of Mats-Johan Overhoff. Now I'm wondering how soon is it going to be? Well, it's already happened. Teresa Babičková has caught and passed the German in the 4:55 for 10th position. Now on to lap number 11 of this race. Top 3 are less than 0.46 of a second apart. 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Dirks is looking for a window of opportunity to get through on Lockmelis. Lockmelis, who booked his place for the entire Euro Trophy season at the Winter Cup of Campillos. So 3 retirements. Lucas Bernot, unfortunately, after the opening lap. Nicolas Guillaume with a bent back axle. Enzo Boulogne also retiring on the very same lap due to that incident off of turn number 8. So still 21 out of 24 drivers still running. Now another move has just been facilitated. That is Victor Frostbait on Finland's Ville Viljalainen for 6th position. And another position lost on Ford, or is it? Well, Tom Bracken just got passed by Martin Zianovskis. Has a look behind, sees how far Teresa Babičková is in terms of the proximity to him, because she's now currently 11th. Mats-Johan Overhoff, Jori Klebo, Jules Cousin, Jody Westerlaken and Nicky Peterson round out the top 15 positions. 9 minutes down, 4 to go, plus an additional lap. And Enzo Bol is hanging on. Lockmelis is close, and he was nearly looking up the inside of him through into turns 1 and 2. Maxim Dirks is waiting in the wings to see what happens with the 2 in front of them. If they start battling, Dirks might have an open goal to score into very, very shortly. But look at those coming, getting closer and closer, because the top 5 were covered by just over 1.2 seconds. Emils Akmans and Carl Gustav Borgaard are rounding out the top 5. So we could have a little bit of a crescendo coming into play very, very shortly with 3 minutes and 20 still to go. Babičková at the moment is lapping considerably quicker than Tom Bracken. Last time she was the best part of a couple of, well over half a second, as Maxim Dirks pulls the pin on the grenade, gets through on the inside of turn number 12 on Patrick Knowles Lockmelis. There is Emils Akmans, who gives a little bit of an assist, and Lockmelis gets back through. Oh my goodness me, it's now going to start kicking off. This is going to allow Enzo Bol to scarper away, and he's taken full advantage of it. Complete advantage of it. Now Carl Gustav Borgaard is waiting to pick up the scraps off the table. It's nearly 3 wide going down the Europolan. Dirks was to the outside. Akmans leaves the door open. Borgaard gets through at turn 7. So very, very close indeed. But Enzo Bol, that gap is going to be north of at least a second, maybe a second and a half, as we're about to complete lap number 14 with 2.25 minutes to go. It's a country mile. I think the thing is Enzo Bol might be in his home country at this rate. Crosses the line, completes lap number 14. Gap back to Lochmelis. I wasn't far short. Nearly 1.5 seconds. Dedix looking up the inside through into turn 2. Lochmelis shuts the door. Borgard waiting. Ackman's waiting. There is Victor Frostpay. You can very shortly add Villivillainen to this battle, and that is going to be a multi-kart scrap over 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, right to the end of the top 7. And there is the move from Borgard. Neatly does it. Slingshots past Dedix, up the inside, hard on the brakes, turns the kart in, and through turn 7, he makes the move complete. Now Victor Frostpay up the inside through turn 10 on Emils Ackmans. Minute and 20 still to go, plus an additional lap. And that gap looks to be, I'm not too sure if it's extending or being depleted. No, it's extended, 1.67 seconds. Back to Lochmelis. Now Borgard is leading the train for 3rd position, and there's 5 karts involved. Not just Borgard, Dedix, Frostpay, Ackmans, now add Villiainen. Teresa Babichkova has again started closing in on Tom Bracken. She's still in 10th, having started 23rd. Such is the calibre of the driver from the Czech Republic. She made headway in the early stages of this DD2 final. 35 seconds still to go. So next time around, we will be on our penultimate lap of this race. Enzo Bol has nothing to worry about. It is his race to lose, as they are going to scrap behind him, most notably, more than likely over 4th and 5th position, it looks like now, because Carl Borgard has gotten away ever so slightly. But Maxim Dedix from out of nowhere launches up the inside of Carl Gustav Borgard. Now Ackmans gets his elbows out and sharpened. He gets through on Victor Frostpay. Villiainen's waiting in the wings. 2 laps to go, including this one. It's not over yet. Everyone late on the brakes going into turn 7 at the Europaplan. This just goes to show how closely competitive. If you are in a train of DD2 karts and there's 4 or 5 of you, you are going to be squabbling for quite a time. So those in front are going to pull away into the distance. But the final lap board of the day for DD2 will be shown to Enzo Bol from the Netherlands. The 4:04 continues to lead the way, and his lead now is 1.8 seconds. Ackmans and Frostpay go into battle, and it's a bit of a dogfight. Villiainen now joins the fray. Dedix trying to close in on Carl Gustav Borgard for the final spot in the top 3, but it could be too little too late. Bol now hits the brakes into turn 7 for the final time. Lochmelis has done a really good job. He's had to get his elbows out and sharpened. A bit like the razor blades on the old Guyver from manga, if anyone remembers that. Well, I certainly do. But, oh, it's a bit of inter-RSC battling here between Finland and Denmark, and it nearly comes to blows. But Enzo Bol out of the final corner. It was Bracken in the pre-final. It's Bol here, and he celebrates and has time to do so. Lochmelis takes 2nd. Borgard, Dedix, and Ackmans ran out the top 5. Frostpay, Villiainen, Janovskis, Bracken, and Babichkova round out the top 10. Mats Johanovhoff finishes in 11th position ahead of Jori Klebor, Jules Cousin, Nicky Peterson, Jori Westerlaken. Kane Cherian makes some moves up the order, starting 21st, finishing provisionally in 16th. Kian de Brandt, Imke Arts, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Marcelo Wegner-Parod, and Kilian Gerhardt round out the 21 finishers after 18 laps of racing. And unfortunately, Enzo Boulogne and Nicolas Guillaume, we lost on laps 4 and 3 respectively, and a technical problem meant that Lucas Bernard from Canada had to retire on the opening lap. Paddock announcement, paddock announcement. Could Aaron Valster, driver number 382, Aaron Valster, driver 382, senior road tax to the stewards immediately, please. And also another driver that needs to go to the stewards as well, another senior road tax driver, driver number 339, Tristan Van Vliet. So that is Aaron Valster, Tristan Van Vliet, and both drivers, please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you. We now go on to the DD2 Masters Final for Saturday, and here is your starting grid. So, Dennis Thurm from Germany and Nicolas Picaud will be on the front row of the grid, with Nikolai Christensen and Thomas Piet rounding out the top 2 rows. Luca Filipponi and Michael Becker will be on row 3, with Christophe Capitain and Yannick Nielsen rounding out the top 8 rows. Dimitri Ostrovsky and Timo Haug, both from Germany, round out the top 10. Christoph Adams, Karl Klebor, Lennart Schreiber, Dominik Hummels, Jiří Salaitis, Igor Mukin and Andreas Neumann round out the 17-strong grid. As per the DD2s earlier on, it's a 15-minute final, as it will be Thurm and Picaud on the front row. The drivers now make their way out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs start to rise, lights are out, and the DD2 Masters Final on Saturday gets going. Good start by Dennis Thurm. Nicolas Picaud looking up the on the outside. Thomas Piet looking up the inside of the Frenchman going into turn 2, but Picaud holds his ground. Becker now up into, as we have had a little bit of a drama, very briefly. There is a Birol ART kart at the back off of turn number 2. That might be possibly Dimitri Ostrovsky. It is starting to get a little bit feisty at the front end of the field. Nikolai Christensen, I think, has just gotten up into 3rd position. So Thomas Piet is currently down in 4th position. Picaud being hounded by Christensen in the early goings as we complete lap number 1. It's side by side a little bit further back. Timo Haug and Christophe Capitain were side by side across the line. As Christensen sweeps a little bit, well, enters into turn number 6 a little bit wider than the 3 in front, a little bit further back behind Michael Becker. I think there was a little bit of a send, possibly on Karl, well, it wasn't on Karl Klebor. I think Karl Klebor might have been doing the sending, and he's got past Christophe Capitain. So the 502 from SP Motorsport makes his way a little bit closer to Michael Becker, who still holds on to 5th position at this time. It was Dimitri Ostrovsky, as there is a move from Yannick Nielsen on Thomas Piet, who gets the switchback coming out of the final corner. Michael Becker's waiting the wings to see what happens. So Becker down to 6th position. Karl Klebor in 7th ahead of Christophe Capitain. Timo Haug and Dominik Hummels round out the top 10 positions, followed by Christoph Adams, Lennart Schreiber, Igor Mukin, then we got Luca Filipponi, Jiří Salaitis, Andreas Neumann as... Oh, now that was a late lunge into turn number 7. by Yannick Nielsen on Thomas Piet. Michael Becker now trying to see if he can get through. And at the moment he can't. Very brightly coloured comp kart chassis. Becker base not too far outside of Motodrom Hagen. Basically it's in his neck of the woods. As Becker looks up the inside of Piet, they nearly come to blows. And Clebor gets compromised. That's allowed Capitan to get through. You see, even in DD2 Masters, they like to get their elbows out. And a little bit further behind, that is the 575 of Timo Haug trying to get through on Karl Clebor. Becker's got through on Piet. And Karl Clebor trying to get through on Christophe Capitan through turn 4. Stumbles over the inside curbing. Christophe Adams is also trying to make sure that he has a little bit of an inclusion into this party, which is the elbows out kind. And Piet up the inside of Christophe Capitan. There are positional changes like it's going out of fashion. Top 3 have started pulling away. Dennis Thum did have a 6.5 of a second advantage. Now it's down to just under 5.5 tenths as Pico sets the fastest lap of the race. Capitan goes up the inside of Karl Clebor heading into turn 2. The Frenchman makes the move stick. Haug is waiting in the wings, so is Hummels. Adams not too far adrift either. Now Filipponi looks to send it up the inside. He got a move done. That was on Dominic Hummels through turn 10. Neatly done by the 582 from Belgium. So we still have just under 10.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Thum is still keeping a very healthy lead, as in it's stabilising at the moment ahead of Pico. And still, all 17 drivers are circulating, including Dmitry Ostrovsky, who at the moment is about 16 seconds off of Germany's Andreas Neumann in 16th place. But Dennis Thum at the front end of the field is controlling proceedings as things stand. Pico, Christensen, then it's the 507 of Yannick Nielsen, who started 8th, now runs in 4th. Michael Becker holding station in 5th, Thomas Piet, Christophe Capitan, Karl Clebor, Timo Haug, and Christophe Adams now hits the top 10. So Adams getting past Luca Filipponi in the meantime. Dominic Hummels, Leonard Schreiber, Juris Salaitis, Igor Mukin, and then we've got Andreas Neumann and Dmitry Ostrovsky. That is how things currently stand at the moment. With 8 minutes and 38 seconds still to go. The fact that the top 3 were covered by 9 tenths, it's still 9 tenths. It has stabilised somewhat, but Luca Filipponi has just put in the fastest lap of the race. He might be down in 11th position, but he is only fractionally behind Christophe Adams. Well, he was fractionally behind Christophe Adams until Timo Haug stuck his nose in on the 575 Paralin entry. Christophe Adams, fresh off of taking a victory over in Portugal just last weekend. Had a brief chat with him earlier on. I think it was it might have been either Thursday. No, it was Friday actually. Had a brief chat with him about it. So congratulated on his efforts over there. as Timo Haug now gets overtaken by Filipponi for 11th position, coming into the final corner. Now we're at the halfway point of this race, and still it's less than a second covering the top three at this time. So the gap between the top three now extends to just under 1.1 seconds, but Pico is still keeping a hold of the fastest lap of the race so far. Filipponi, in the meantime, has gotten through and now is in 9th place, ahead of Adams. So Adams was in 9th for the briefest of moments, and now he's coming under fire from Timo Haug. And just behind there is Dominic Oels in the 577. In the meantime, Christophe Capitain and Thomas Piet now are heavily embroiled in battle, and Carl Clebor is the one with the ringside seat. And Clebor now sends it up the inside. Great anticipation, but he outbrakes himself a little bit, going a bit too deep into the corner. And that allowed Christophe Capitain to retake the position rather quickly. Yannick Nielsen has been closed in on by Michael Becker, who is gunning for 4th position. And there they are, going through into turns 1 and 2. Four minutes 40 plus an additional lap to go. 4 more races to conclude today's action here on day 1 of the 2023 season. Becker just trying to wait and bide his time. Once the opportunity presents itself, then Becker will be there. He has had his fair share of dramas in previous rounds of the BNL Karting Series, most notably having an incident going into the 12th and final corner, one particular race which bent the back axle. So he had the same sort of dramas that Nicolas Guillaume had in the race that has just transpired. Gap is starting to extend between first, second and third. It was at 1.9 tenths of a second. It is now nearly 1.3. Filipponi currently in 9th position ahead of Christoph Adams, who he's nearly 2 seconds ahead of. Filipponi in the 582 has put in the fastest lap, 54.494. Leader's about to come across the start-finish line very shortly. Well, that's going to be, first of all, Dennis Thum. And his lead was just under 8.5 tenths of a second. It's now just over a second. 54.555 from the German. Pico, 54.758. Christensen, oh, and that's a great move up the inside of Thomas Piet by Christophe Capitain. That is for position. Most notably, that is for 6th on the road. Carl Clebor is there or thereabouts. He's also got Filipponi not too far behind him either, as the 502 from Belgium. A bit further up the road from Christophe Capitan. It looks there is a little bit of 2 and 8 going on between Nielsen and Becker. They're still battling away over that 4th place. Piet now trying to hold on as Klebor looking to thread the eye of the needle and try and get through. He needs to do so Filipponi doesn't have a chance to attack him. So he's between, he's got that €64,000 question to answer right now as Karl Klebor. Do I attack or do I defend? And at the moment he's holding station, but Filipponi thinks otherwise. Up the inside he goes on the 502. Klebor runs a little bit wide coming out of the corner, and Filipponi's through up into what is now 8th position. So we head into the final minute and 3/4. Shout out to Loris Koisman on the YouTube chat. Yep, see you next week for the Euro Trophy. Looking forward to catching up with you then. 1 minute and 35 still to go. Dennis Thum has been on top form so far in this first half of the race weekend. Did the business by putting it on pole position in qualifying this morning. Took the pre-final convincingly and looks to do the same, get the clean sweep to start off this weekend in the right way. So including this lap, we will have another 3. So we have just over a minute on the timer remaining as Thomas Piet has just lost out, and that is to Filipponi. So Thomas Piet, it either goes really, really well or something goes awry. A little bit sideways from the Praga going into turn number 5, the back end stepping out to the right-hand side. That's what you don't want, that if the kart is going sideways when you're either trying to apply the power or you're rotating the kart into a corner, it is not the fastest way of going around a circuit. Back in the old days, it used to be, but not now. It's all about, and again, the back end stepping out to the left-hand side. That could allow Karl Klebor to maybe spring a surprise through turn number 12. And Andreas Neumann and Dmitry Ostrovsky have both retired from the race. Jurisalaitis rounds out the 15 drivers that are still running. We're now on to our penultimate lap, lap 17 out of 18. As Becker still trying to find a way past the 507 of Yannick Nielsen. But the driver from Hagen unable to make that move happen. He's got this plus another lap still to go. He's not close enough to try and do a late break move into turn number 7 off of the Europlan as Becker. Nielsen is just hitting the marks as required. Braking when he needs to, turning it in, hitting the apex, powering out of the corner at the right moment. As the timer hits 0, last lap board is being shown to Germany's Dennis Thum in the 517. Now to Nicolas Picot and Nikolai Christiansen. Yannick Nielsen still holding off Michael Becker at the moment, but it's coming down to the wire for those two. Becker was not that far behind. He was less than 2/10, so he was in that window of opportunity to slingshot past the Dane going into turns 1 and 2. Can he do something through turns 6 and 7 into the Europlan? Not 100% sure, but if he gets a good run, he wasn't really close enough, was Becker. He looks over his left shoulder to see that Christophe Capitan is not too far behind. But our race leader now making his way through turn number 9 for the last time. Through turn 10, through turn 11, and it's going to be Dennis Thum gets the clean sweep. Won't get the fastest lap of this race, but he's done what he's needed to do, and he picks up the victory in the final here on Saturday. Second place goes to Nicolas Picot from France. Nikolai Christiansen takes 3rd. Then it's Yannick Nielsen and Michael Becker who round out the top 5. Luca Filipponi takes 7th ahead of Thomas Piet, Karl Klebor and Christoph Adams round out the top 10. Timo Haug, Dominic Hummels, Lennart Schreiber, Igor Mukin and Jurisalaitis round out the 15 that finished the race on lap 12. It was a retirement for Germany's Andreas Neumann and Dmitry Ostrovsky retiring on lap number 9. Now time for our third and final mini-max heat, and it's going to be groups A versus B. Here is your starting grid. So Jacob Ashcroft will lead the field from pole position. Albert Friend will be alongside, and then it's an all-British Road 2. Oliver Warner and Cole Denham will be occupying third and fourth position. Victor Dyson, Denny Babacek on row number 3. Ryan Rivers and Alexander Van Meeuwen row 4. Boris Verhaag and Christian Segerson rounding out the top 10. Jack Freeman and Kai Clark row 6. Bran van der Weken and Thomas Verheyen row number 7. Vic van Kampenhout and Finn Albert Jorgensen will be rounding out row number 8. Leo Gonzalez and Lars Lambers row 9. Andreas Jellerup and Ryan Gandor rounding out the top 20. Ryan Rampadarath, Seis Moyes, Genthe Moonen, Adrien Stions, Mikael Kumas and George Delidakis rounding out the 26-strong grid. So the red lights are on the starting gantry once again. 7 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. So a little bit of a straggler at the back end of the field, but Ashcroft and Friend are primed and ready to lead the field into battle. The third and final heat, which will then, after everything has been confirmed and ratified, will decide who will be going through to the top 36 for tomorrow. Everyone now in position. The drivers head out of the final corner. The revs start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? False start has been called. It's another formation lap for the drivers. Race director not quite happy with that start, so they have to go round and do it all again. So the drivers in a very tightly packed formation for the second time of asking. The red lights now as they were before the full start was called. So they split once again into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final mini-max heat of the day gets underway. Good start by Ashcroft. Albert Friend has got a couple of drivers up the inside. Looks to be Oliver Warner is one of them, along with Cole Denham. So it's 3 wide going into turn number 3 as a couple of drivers having to navigate their way by using the runoff area. Denny Babacek has got through on Oliver Warner for 4th position as they head through turn 6 for the opening tour. So Ashcroft already has a little bit of an advantage as they make their way through into turn number 9. Ashcroft not quite pulling away just yet, probably leaving a little bit in reserve As Alexander Van Meeuwen is closing in on Oliver Warner. That is for 5th position. As there has been a move that was more than likely by Thomas Verheyen, I believe. As they make their way through into turn 2 once again. So Jack Freeman, that was Victor Reutz that has gotten through on the young Brit. Who's actually the youngest, one of the youngest, if not the youngest in the field. Now there's been a bit of a moment. That is for the 178. Going through into turn number 7. That might have been the 176. That was probably more than likely Victor Reutz that was pointing towards the outside of turn 7. Manages to rejoin. So the drivers make their way through. There's a little bit of a side-by-side exchange, a little bit of a battle happening between Boris Verhaag, Oliver Warner and Thomas Verheyen. Alexander Van Meeuwen not too far behind Denny Babicek in the battle for 4th place. As everyone still making their way through. And for those wondering about George Delidakis, currently at the moment has made up a position as a result of Victor Reutz's spin. A bit of a run wide and a little bit of a touch on the grass for Oliver Warner as Kai Clark has gotten through. Lars Lamber's also looking up the inside of the 172 from Argenti Motorsport. But Albert Friend is now the new race leader. Cole Denham in 2nd, Ashcroft in 3rd, Babicek 4th, Van Meeuwen in 5th, 6th it's Boris Verhaag, then it's Kai Clark in the 167. Behind them looks to be Lawrence Lambers in the 142. Thomas Verheyen, well, it's not Thomas Verheyen, well, it is Vic van Kampenhout who now rounds out the top 10 in the 124. Just under 3.8 seconds complete the top 10. So we're past the halfway point in this final mini-max heat of the day. And Albert Friend still leading at this point. Ashcroft keeping close to Denham in 2nd position. Is Ashcroft going to make the move through into turn 12? He does at this point. Now retakes 2nd from his DHR teammates as they are line astern. They need to start working together to catch up to Albert Friend. If they start squabbling between each other, then there might be a problem because that will give the opportunity for Friend to pull away into the distance. Through into turn 6 with 2 minutes and 40, plus an additional lap still to go. Moonen also looking to make a move up the order. Might have just done so on Says Moyes going through into turn number 6. There's a quintet at the front of the field, all with a chance of going for the race victory. They keep on this close proximity and then start to battle. You look at those behind. Boris Verhaag, Kai Clark, Lars Lambers. And you've also got Thomas Verheyen and Vic van Kampenhout. Oliver Warner now in 11th position ahead of fellow Brit Jack Freeman, who completes the top 12. We now go on to lap number 6 of this race with just under 2 minutes on the timer remaining, plus an additional lap. Gap between the top 5 after 5 laps of racing was just over 0.8 of a second. And there's still nothing, well, there's nothing between all 5 of them. And sometimes it's not always about battling for the victory. Well, if you do want to win, then you do go for it. but also the fact of scoring good finishes every single time you go out racing. Be consistent. Don't make any unforced errors that could compromise what you're doing, as another overtake has just happened through turn 12. Jens Moonen, I think, might have got past Finn Albert Jorgensen from Denmark. As the leaders make their way through into turn 5 and then into the right-hand hairpin here at 6. Friend still leading, 40 seconds on the timer remaining. Vic van Kampenhout currently in 10th position, has the fastest lap of the race, a 59.664 second lap time. And that was on the last lap around the circuit. Not too far behind him by 3/100ths is the driver in 11th position, Jack Freeman. And Freeman is about 6 and a bit tenths behind Van Kampenhout. Going to be close to the wire on whether we might get more than just one additional lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap board is out for today for Minimax. Now, but Friend has just over 0.18 of a second advantage over Jacob Ashcroft. Cole Denham and Denny Babacek are literally line astern. 6/10 separating the quartet going on to the 8th and final lap of this race. And now Cole Denham looks for the opportunity. Ashcroft went wide into turn number 6 to try and get the undercut, and Cole Denham scuppered his plans. Denham up the inside of Friend through turn 7. Ashcroft now trying to get through. He doesn't get impeded. It was just a case there was not enough room, I think, to facilitate it, and he backed out of it very, very wisely indeed. And there, just behind, is Boris Verhaag. Albert Friend trying to see if he can do a doozy on Cole Denham as they're going to go through into the 12th and final corner. Albert Friend to the outside. Ashcroft looks for the opening. Out of the final corner, it is going to be Cole Denham, and it is going to be Jacob Ashcroft that take a 1-2. Friend takes 3rd, Babacek 4th, Van Meeuwen in 5th. It was very, very close indeed. If Ashcroft had had a clearer run, he might have gotten Cole Denham on the line. But Cole Denham wins by just under 2/10. Albert Friend in 3rd, Denny Babacek in 4th position. 5th, it was Alexander Van Meeuwen after 8 laps. Boris Verhaag, Kai Clark, Lars Lambers, Jack Freeman and Thomas Verheyen round out the top 10. Vic van Kampenhout, Ryan Rivers, Oliver Warner, Leo Gonzalez, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Jens Moonen, Ryan Gandor, Christian Segerson, Bran van der Weken, Seis Moyes, Adrien Stions, Andreas Jellerup, Victor Reutz, Ryan Rampadarath, Mikael Kumas and George Delidakis rounds out the 26-strong grid. All drivers making it to the checkered. Time for our third and final junior road tax heat. It's Groups A versus B. Here is your starting grid. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Kasper Schomans will be on the front row for this one. Behind them on row 2, Matej Radenkovic and Mitchell van Dijk. Boluet and Mika van der Pavet will be on row number 3, ahead of Tom Svelle and Ruben Verheyen. Christopher El Fagali and Germany's Marlon Bisalvo will start on the 5th row, thereby completing the top 10. Thomas Behrmann and Archie Buttle will be on row number 6. Batuan Kulmas and Boaz Maximov, row 7. Krik Knorren, and then we also have Mads Larsen rounding out row 8. August Reber, Thijs van Wijk, Joshua Graham, and Timothy Vladimirov will round out the top 20. Representing Australia, James Anagnostiidis will be joined by Sebastian Koch. Then Danny Shields and Zain El Homassani will make it an all-Emirati row number 12. Julian Kovacevic, Ollie Wise, Kiran Bartenstein, Jol Kasper Joipera, Glenn Schwillens, Sinja Ornball, Jake Menton, Vitti Väinänen, Josephine Wunderhoff, Kalis Kirikovs, Bruno Pelle and Hans Markus Narusk will be rounding out the 36-strong grid. And a drama already. It is the 256 that won't be taking any part in this race. And that is, unfortunately, for Ollie Wise. So down to 35 drivers. It's always a big thank you to Team MKG here at Karting Genk. Their work is expedient as always. And a real shame for Ollie Wise having to sit by the sidelines and watch the other drivers go around the circuit as they now get into formation. Red lights on the starting gantry for their third and final heat today. Top 30 will go through to the pre-final and the final tomorrow, and the others will have to battle it out for the rest of the 6 spots available. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final junior road tax heat of the day gets going, and it's a good start by the pole sitter Fracassi. Schauman's trying to keep it pinned around the outside, and there has been a massive incident, and it's caught multiple carts out. And the slightest touch going into turns 1 and 2, and it can cause major problems. 218 is involved. That's Josephine Wunderhoff, the second heat in a row for the Dane, and she walks away in sheer disappointment from the kart. My goodness, straight away 2 eliminated on the spot. And there is also somebody else who's actually pointing towards the, pointing towards turn number 2 as well. Couldn't really pick out who the driver is. But 6 1/4 minutes still to go. Schauman's now leads the way. Fracassi down in 4th position. Changes are afoot and they are happening rapidly. 3rd place, Mika van der Pavet. 2nd, it is Radenkovic. It's all for themselves here today. And there is more toing and froing. There is more, and there is gesticulation from a Dams Racing driver. That is more than, well, I did spot, was it the 224 of Boluet? And we've had more dramas coming out of turn 4. Oh, and someone is pointing the wrong way. There's someone else backwards. It has all gone horribly wrong in this race. I won't be at all surprised if that is 2 laps in, and there is one driver who is still sitting the kart. Marshall on the scene very quickly. We have a yellow flag at Marshall post 2. Thomas Behrmann, August Raber, Timothy Vladimirov, Josephine Wunderhoff. So Thomas Behrmann, I think, was the driver pointing towards turn 2 the wrong way. So on to lap number 3, and it is still there's still a lot of battling. Schauman's has got the lead, and a long way back in 4th is the battle for 4th position, and that has got Fracassi. You've got Ruben Verheyen, Thijs van Wijk. You've got Danny Shields involved in that. So Behrman out, Raber out, Vladimirov, Wunderov, Wise, and also on ball. And that it is just chaotic in this third and final junior Rotax heat. So they've got to really just get through this race and keep their position as high as possible. And now Fracassi has lost out to Mitchell van Dijk. Joypere is the last driver, according to the live timing that's there. Radenkovic now goes for the lead on Shormans. Van der Pavert also trying to get through, but Shorman shuts the door going out of turn 2 into turn number 3. Fracassi still, by a real miracle, is holding on to that 4th place. Boris Maximov now finds himself in 11th position, and Maximov started 14th. Al-Fagali's in 18th position, and he started in 9th. So when everything kicked off, the apple cart was upset, and there were drivers really, really out of position. And when you have 7 minutes plus an additional lap to get yourself as best a finish as possible, you don't want any drama happening in the final heat of the day. And that's exactly what we've had happen in 2 laps. The first 2 laps of the race were completely chaotic. Now it's a battle royale between the top 3. Van der Pavert's got through on Radenkovic for the race lead through turn number 2. Fracassi is still holding on for that 4th place. The Italian is doing an absolutely brilliant job of just staying and hitting his marks. That's what Fracassi needs to do. And Louette is trying to go toe-to-toe. It's sidewall to sidewall between him and Thijs van Wijk. Danny Shields has done a great job. He started, folks, 23rd. He is now 7th. That just goes to show that if you have a really bad qualifying and it comes to the final heat of the day and everything, as I said, transpires in front of you and multiple drivers are eliminated on the spot, you have such a great opportunity to make the level best of it. Archie Buttle not too far behind Ruben Verheyen, but Mika van der Pavert is now leading the race, and he's pulled a little bit of a gap ahead of Matej Radenkovic to the tune of just over 3.5 tenths of a second. Kasper Schormans in 3rd position behind the Belgian in the 296 as they filter their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. Fracassi still, it's the Fracassi train, folks. Forget Jarno Trulli as Boluet now sends it up the inside of the 270 of Mitchell van Dijk, who runs wide left rear wheel on the grass for the 270 and could lose out a few more positions. And there is Danny Shields. Danny Shields manages to get through on Boluet as he was battling away with the 270 of Mitchell van Dijk. Great job by him. And then also Archie Buttle is very much getting involved with the likes of Ruben Verheyen, and someone sends it up the inside. That was Tom Seller through on the pair of them through turn 10. The Latvian definitely getting very aggressive. Boris Maximov now up the inside of possibly Thijs van Wijk. That could be that the 230 now is in 7th place. So Danny Shields is in 6th because Boluet has retaken that 5th position off of him. Less than 60 seconds to go. This has been the most chaotic race in Junior Rotax I have seen for a very, very long time. Positions changing up and down the order, and the 245 of Ruben Verheyen has just lost out to Kieran Bartelstein through turn number 6. Radenkovic now retakes the race lead with just over 30 seconds on the clock. Schormans now back up into 2nd position. We'll get 2 more laps after this one. So 11 seconds on the timer. We go on to the penultimate lap, lap number 8 out of 9. There are still battles up and down the order. Archie Buttle drops to 15th behind Joshua Graham and Marlon Di Salvo. But Radenkovic, Schormans and Van der Pavert have all at one point or another led this race. Timer has expired. Got 2 more races to conclude today. And, oh, it's getting a bit fruity, to be honest with you, between El Fagali, Anagnostiitis, and I think Zain El Homosani is not too far either. And instead of rocking the traditional KR Sport colours that we've seen Zain and Zach Scala, who'll be up in one of the races a little bit later on, they're now rocking the new Yazheat Academy colours. But on to the final lap we go. Who is going to get the win out of these three? Pick a driver, any driver, and you might still get your prediction wrong. Fracassi and Louette tangle going through into turn number 3. Danny Shields waiting to pick up the pieces. Louette and Fracassi again make a slight touch going out of turn 4 and into turn 5. Radenkovic leads. Shormans and Van der Pavert. Van der Pavert looking to possibly go for second. It might even be first if he gets that opportunity afforded to him. As they come out of turn 9 for the final time. And it is now no longer Fracassi in fourth. It's Louette, it looks like. Van der Pavert looked to go up the inside of Shormans, who shut the door. Radenkovic is going to more than likely take the win as the 296 from Buvin Power comes out of the final corner. Van der Pavert looks to get the undercut on Shormans, and he gets through, bumps over the curbs. It's going to be a run to the line. Radenkovic takes first. Second, it's Shormans by 6/100. Louette takes fourth. Mitchell van Dijk ahead of Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Boris Maximov 7th. Danny Shields, Tom Seller and Thijs van Wijk round out the top 10. Oh my goodness me. I'm now going to have to take a breath before I go through the rest of that order. Kinnan Bartenstein, Joshua Graham, Marlon Di Salvo, Ruben Verheyen, Batuan Kumas, Archie Battle, Krik Knoren, Christopher El Fagali, Zain El Homosani, and James Anogstiidis rounding out the top 20. Sebastian Koch, Mads Larsen, Julian Kovacevic, Jake Menton, Kalis Kirikovs, Bruno Pelle, Victor Veinen, and Jol Kaspar Joipera, Glenn Schwillens, and Hans Markus Narusk round out the 30 that finished the race. And early on in the race, we lost the following drivers: Sinje Onbol, Thomas Behrman, August Raber, Timothy Vladimirov, Josephine Wunderhoff, and Ollie Wise unable to take the start. Could I call the following DD2 drivers to the stewards immediately, please? Nicolas Guillaume, 444, and Kylian Guérin, 401. Can both drivers please report to the stewards immediately? That's Nicolas Guillaume and Kylian Guérin, 444 and 444 and 401. Thank you. Now it's time for Senior Rotax Heat number 5. Groups A versus C. Here's your starting grid. It's Jaden Teen versus Kai Hillets on the front row. Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter on row number 2. Teresa Babichkova and Sean Butcher, row 3. Luke Neeson and Paul Fokwemin rounding out the top 4 rows. And rounding out the top 10, representing the Netherlands and Italy, it's Tommy van der Stroys and Matteo Pianezzola. Next up, it's Mitch Heinert and Jod van Wijk, Jamie Perilli and Frederick Zevis on row number 7. Lachlan Robinson will be joined by Germany's Farin Mega on row 8. Days Dams and Estonia's Paul Hamburg, row 9. Atjoms Sestakovs and Adam Valster complete the top 20. Stein Scholten, Bram Ossevada, Scott Westhovens, Jack Webster, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Jake Bezelbeck, Gustav van Gop, Anton Morsing, Chloe Kennard, Romans Rodinovs ran at the top 30. Iva Anaxtodiadis, Kau Korenik, Benoit Tordima and Amanda Salonen, Artur Karo and Ragnar Simuland round out the 36-strong grid. So 7 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap of racing. This is the penultimate race of the day, after which the next race coming up, Groups B versus D, we will have our top 30 decided when everything sporting and technical has been taken into consideration. Then 6 drivers will take no further participation in the race weekend. From 31st to 66th, they will battle in what will be a frantic second chance heat tomorrow morning for the final 6 spots in the top 36 to go through to finals. The remainder will then battle it out for the B final tomorrow morning at around 11:25 local time. Hillets has won a heat, so is Jaden Teen. We're now going to see if one of these drivers will pick up 2 wins. Revs rise, are we ready, are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by the pole sitter. Hillets keeps it pinned to the outside. Gilbert looks to the inside. And a bit of a run wide by Jaden Teen and Kai Hillets. And Lewis Gilbert has springboarded up into the lead. It's a direct result through into turn number 2. Drivers now making their way onto the Europolan, and it's a very, very big run wide by Kai Hillets. That's uncharacteristic. Now, whether he was assisted, I didn't quite pick that out, but I know for a fact that he will be fighting his way through. It's going to be a bit close, a bit of a run wide through turn 7. One driver compromised and one driver up in the air, and that's caused havoc behind. Oh, dearie me. Again, the desperation of some drivers looking to try and it sinks in because they know they've got to put it all on the line. Hillets has got to fight back, and I think he's well outside of the top 15. Or he could be close to the bottom part of it. Lachlan Robinson. Now, that's Lachlan Robinson. Now, where on earth has he come from? Because he's now up into 10th. He started 15th with Jamie Perilli on the same row. Perilli's up to 9th. So the pair of them have definitely made some significant inroads. Sean Butcher behind Teresa Babichkova. Looks like Jaden Teen is just ahead of them. Gilbert is leading the way. Now, who is behind him? That would be, I'm going to hazard a guess, it's Kai Hunter in the 335. He's definitely decided to sprout some interesting facial hair, as in he's got a mustache going, folks. And, just like his dad. And now a change between Fokwemin as Van der Stroys gets through on the Frenchman through turn number 10. They've got the 375 of Luke Neeson behind. And Gilbert now coming under pressure. And oh dearie me, Perilli and Pianezzola, I'm not too sure have they had an incident. Well, there is a couple of carts on just off of Marshall post number 1. There's quite a few that have dropped down as a direct result. So again, we're seeing a repeat of what we saw, but not in the same significance as the last junior Rotax heat just a few moments ago. Stein Scholten Frederick Zebis is on that list, and that would correlate to the 2 carts I see off of Marshall post number 1. Now there is Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen right with Hunter and Gilbert, and Teen pulls the pin on the grenade up the inside of the 335. He goes. Sean Butcher and Tommy van der Stroy now ahead of Teresa Babichkova. Luke Neeson rounds out what will now be the top 7. Lachlan Robinson now up into 9th behind Paul Forquemin, and now Forquemin and Robinson go into battle. They both get past Luke Neeson. Difficult race last time out for Lachlan Robinson, retiring after lap number 6. Now Robinson up the inside of Forquemin. Neeson tries to get through at the same corner, but the Frenchman holds his ground. And Robinson said to Forquemin, look, let's not start squabbling now. Let's go after those in front, because there is a little bit of a gap, but they have 3 minutes and 40 plus an additional tour to close on in. And the person in front of Lachlan Robinson now, who is in 7th, by the way, is Teresa Babichkova. Jaden Teen now up the inside of Lewis Gilbert through the final corner to now take the lead. Butcher in 3rd position. 4th place, it's Hunter. 5th, it's van der Stroy. Babichkova in 6th place. And there is Robinson. I think now, has Neeson got past Forquemin? Yes, he has. And there's Mitch Haynert. Mitch Haynert now is in a 3-way scrap for 8th to 10th place as a direct result. So Robinson now has a bit of clear air. He can now start pushing. And the top 6 last time around, folks, were covered by 0.8 of a second. So it's all about getting a solid amount of consistent finishes over the course of the day. So it's only if you see a move available and you can take that opportunity with at least 100, maybe 105, maybe 110%, and you have belief that you can pull off that move, you will go for that gap. That's guaranteed. 1 second covers the top 6 as we now go on to lap number 6. So Jamie Perilli, Frederick Zebis and Stain Scholten out of the race. As Jaden Teen takes a little bit of a wider entrance into turn number 6 for Quemin and Haynert still battling away over what is now 9th. Kai Hillitz at the moment is in 14th. Another solid weekend in the BNL Karting Series for the man known as Red Actions, aka Bram Ossevada, in the 376. They round out the top 15 positions. And behind them, they've got the likes of Adam Valster, Gussi van Gogh, Paul Hamburg from Estonia, and now Babichkova gets past Hunter through turn number 12 with just over 1 minute and 20 on the timer. Now Gilbert goes up the inside through on turn 2. So does Butcher, but Jaden Teen's going to hold his ground. Van der Stroy's looking for the opportunity to get through on Butcher, and he takes it through into turn number 4. Brilliant work by the young Dutchman. Absolutely spectacular stuff there. Cold, calm and calculated from Van der Stroy's. Just under 60 seconds to go in this penultimate senior Rotax heat. And Robinson is now behind Hunter. And Hunter has got Robinson up his inside. Robinson's through for 6th. I thought as soon as he got clear air, he got past Forquemin, got past Neeson, got on with business. Van der Stroy's in 2nd at this point. He's got past Jaden Teen. So Jaden Teen now in 3rd place. Babichkova looks for the inside move on Sean Butcher. Through into turn 2 and she gets there. Now, KR Sport could have a little bit of a field day in the next 2 laps. And now, Butcher up the inside of Babichkova. Robinson gets through at the same point. 2 teammates that are good friends off the track, and they've started to make that move forward. If it was only a couple of minutes earlier, it could have completely changed the dynamic, but never say never. Timer has expired. This could be the best finish for Robinson, I think, on this heat stay. He's at a top 10. He's at a retirement. Oh no! Van der Stroy went for a banzai move up the inside of Gilbert, and that has allowed Butcher into third, Robinson up into fourth, and Jaden Thien now retakes the lead onto the final lap. Well, how's about that? The apple cart well and truly upset. It was Tommy van der Stroys that just went for a move. A bit of a sign of desperation, if I'm completely honest. And there is Luke Neeson, Babichkova looking to go side by side. And Butcher and Robinson starting to put the pressure on to van der Stroys. Jaden Thien now pulling away on the cusp of getting his second heat victory. He picked up a win in his first heat. Now it's going to be heat number 3, a disappointing retirement on the opening lap after engine drama struck the young Dutchman. So Jaden Thien out of turn number 12 will win the penultimate senior road tax heat. But what's going to happen behind? Because you've got van der Stroys who's going to take second, Butcher third, Robinson, will he take fourth? Yes, he does by a fraction. And Hunter takes fifth place. Gilbert, who was leading before that move from van der Stroys, takes sixth. Teresa Babichkova, Luke Neeson, Fahin Mega starting 16th, finished 9th. Paul Forquemin in 10th. Mitch Haynert, Days Dams. Gilletz takes 13th at the end of that race. Head of Jot van Wijk and Adam Valster. Another solid top 10, top 15, top 20 finish for Bram Osseva. De Gusse van Gort made some good headway as well. She started 27th. Made up 10 places. I've Anagnostiitis from Australia. I will have to come and see the family a little bit later on so I can get the pronunciation ready for tomorrow. Anton Morsing and Karl Korenik ran at the top 20. Paul Hamburg, Benoit Tordema, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Scott Westhovens, Matteo Pianizzola ran at the top 25. With Atjoms Sestakovs, Romans Rodinovs, Chloe Kennard, Amanda Salonen and Ragnar Simuland running at the top 30. Autokaru, Jack Webster and Jake Bezelbecker being the last of the classified finishers, with Jamie Perilli, Frederick Zebis and Stain Scholten out on lap number 2. Now it's time for race number 16 of the meeting. It's the final senior road tax heat, groups B versus D. And here is your starting grid. Elia Papacena and Austin Lee will be on the front row. Row 2 will be Maxence Bouvier and Ethan Jeff Hall. Dion van Verven and Robbie Stoddard will be on row 3. Montego Marson and Matthew Higgins, row 4. Rounding out the top 10 will be Nolan Lemeray and Mika Barthelemy. Petra Babichkova and Devian Ross will be on row 6 with Vic Stevens and Kamal Murad on row number 7. Sverre Uben and Zach Scala, row 8. Lawrence Herbos and Mario Sidler, row 9. Andrei Petrovic and Kaz Boshaus round out the top 20. Sim van Vliet, Christoph Zala, Sam Bergstein, Janin Schultz, Enzo Dickenberg, Antoine Mahler, Ralph van der Pevet, Alexander Savinkov, Matthias Kroon, Rafael Jesus, Pat Gubbles, Andrea Kostic, Axel Goes, Simset, Spencer Brome and Tristan van Vliet round out the 36-strong grid. The drivers now go onto their formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. And it has been a very, very fast and frantic, action-packed day in senior road tax with a total capacity grid this weekend of 72 senior road tax drivers. This is the last chance for those that need to make it into the top 30 because there'll be discussions between teams, bosses, drivers, mechanics on how to get the very best out of everything and to make it count at the right place at the right time. And the lights are out first time. They are underway as Papacena leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Getting a bit close for comfort, 3-4 wide at some points, even 5 wide at the back end of the field. Everyone's scrabbling for real estate. Someone was off the circuit, looks to be an SP Motorsport kart. As they make their way down onto the Europalan, 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. Is getting a bit hairy. There has been a little bit of a coming together. 2 karts off the circuit, one of which was the 365. Might have been the 391 that was also off. Sim van Vliet and maybe Janin Schultz going off on the circuit onto the grass, all 4 wheels. A little bit sideways from one of the GKS contingent as they go through into turn 10. One of which was the 344 of Sverre Uben. And someone's got a very noisy exhaust that's just gone past me on the commentary position, just overlooking the start-finish straight. Leading the way, it's now Austin Lee. Second, it's Ethan Jeff Hall, Elia Papacena. Oh, dearie me, that is definitely a racket from one particular exhaust. And that person will definitely be peeling into the pits very, very shortly. Could be the person at the back end of the field or maybe a little bit further up. Papacena looking to try and see if he can get past through on Ethan Jeff Hall. Maxence Bouvier, Matthew Higgins, Nolan Lemeray, Mika Barthelemy, Dion van Verven, Montego Masson and Petra Babichkova round out the top 10 positions. We will be down to 35 drivers very, very shortly, I'm sure. And, oh, well, the 318 has gone old school. That is Antoine Mahler, who's lost the front fairing on the kart, so has to instantly retire on the spot. We could have a secondary retirement coming imminently, and that driver is coming through. That is the 337 of Rafael Jesus from the UAE. That was the source of the emanating loud exhaust. As the field makes its way through another lap, just over 4.5 minutes to go. And it is still Austin Lee that leads the way. Elia Papacena in third behind Great Britain's Ethan Jeff Hall. Fourth, it is Matthew Higgins, who has got past Maxence Bouvier. And it's Nolan Lemaire and Mika Barthélemy. They complete the top 7 drivers. Rounding out the top 10, looks to be that it is the 384 in Montego Masson, Dion van Verven being followed by Petra Babičková, who was trying to facilitate an overtake going into turn number 2. She didn't manage to get past on that particular occasion, but still will be gunning for at least 9th place. Just behind her looks to be Devian Horst, Andrej Petrovic. In the meantime, the Serbian is currently sitting in 12th position ahead of Zach Skowler, Vic Stevens and Mario Sidler, who round out the top 15. As it's side by side for Babičková, and I think it might have been Devian Horst that got through. Sverre Ubben has dropped all the way down to 34th position and is actually right at the back of the field and is just going down the Europelan as our race leader goes through turn number 10. Side by side at the sharper end of the field as that is Matthew Higgins past Elia Papacena, and now Maxence Bouvier looks to strike up the inside as well and does so. On the run down to turn number 2, Lemaire and Barthélemy could also factor into this as they make their way through turn number 4. And Barthélemy looks to have gotten up the inside of Nolan Lemaire. In the meantime, Maxence Bouvier going side by side. There's a bit of a clash of wheels. Montego Masson, I think, was involved. Not too sure who that was with. There was a little bit of sidewall rubbing. Bouvier now up into 4th past Papacena from Italy. 2.5 minutes remain on the timer. So Sverre Ubben has parked the kart, I'm afraid. The 344 from Belgium not having a great end to the race day here on Saturday. Further back, some good battles happening between Lawrence Herboz and Andrija Kostic. That is for position on the circuit. We ran about the bottom part of the top 20 as Papacena still trying to fight his way past Maxence Bouvier for 4th place. Top 3 were line astern, 0.6 of a second apart after 5 laps of racing. We're on to the halfway point of lap number 6. Papacena trying every trick in the book to get past Bouvier, but it's not quite happening yet. Time is fast running out though. Just over 1 minute and 40 still to go. Papacena takes the tighter line through into turn 9. Bouvier responds by going around the outside, staying around the outside and shutting the door very firmly coming out of the corner. Papacena is now trying to force the issue. And now looks to lunge up the inside of the French driver, gets through at turn 12. Bouvier might have the undercut and does. And there just behind is Mika Barthélemy. And now it's 3 wide heading into turn 2. And Mika Barthélemy gets through on everybody, but then Barthélemy gets through. Papacena has no alternative but to use the runoff area. Around the outside goes Montego Masson from Germany and loses out big time. There's a little bit of a touch between a couple of karts. It nearly causes a domino effect. And there is Petra Babičková. There is Devian Horst. They've decided, well, you know what? They're fighting in between themselves. Let's see if we can get through all of this. They are trying to do so. Dion van Verven holding on for dear life. But Montego Masson was trying to do a bit of a high, wide and handsome around the outside at turn number 4. But could not get the job done. Through on Dion van Verven goes Petra Babičková. Good run by the Czech Republic driver. Now putting her behind the number 301 of Maxence Bouvier. But it's the 3 drivers from Strawberry Racing at the sharp end of the field. And again, 0.3 of a second separate them. Austin Lee still holding on to the lead. Ethan Jeff Hall and Matthew Higgins round out the top 3. And still the battles are fast and furious here in this final heat at Karting Genk. 10 seconds on the timer remains. We're on the penultimate lap of this race and also of the race day. And I'm sure that everyone will get a welcome bit of respite this evening to chill out and calm down and get themselves ready, refreshed and revitalised for tomorrow morning, because it is going to be a very, very busy day. So timer has expired, 1 more lap to go. Austin Lee leads the 2 behind, heading into turn 10 for the final time. Matthew Higgins got a really good run coming out of turn 10 and into turn 11 on Ethan Jeff Hall. He sweeps to the outside of the 397, tries to get the over-under done on Ethan Jeff Hall, but the youngster from Lancaster manages to hold his line and hold his nerve into turn 2. Jeff Hall goes up the outside. Matthew Higgins gets through on the inside. And Higgins keeps it pinned around the outside of turn 3. What's going to happen through 4? Ethan Jeff Hall gets the run through turn 5, but Higgins is still there. He keeps a hold of second, and there is Elia Papasena. He has caught them up. A quartet squabbling over the race lead, heading into the final few corners. Higgins looks to the outside of Lee, going through into turn number 8. And it doesn't quite pan out. Papasena gets through on Austin Lee, who's dumped down to 4th position. And Ethan Jeff Hall takes the race lead. It was 3 wide between the Strawberry Racing drivers. And Ethan Jeff Hall a little bit sideways coming out of turn 10. Turn 11. One more corner remains. It's going to be a run to the line. Higgins is going to look to the inside on the final corner. He's going to get through and he's going to make it work. He does, but it's going to be a run to the line. Higgins takes the final race of the day by a whisker. 52 thousandths was the winning margin. Oh, now that reminds me of a certain youngster, a young upstart a couple of years ago as a 14-year-old as a senior, and now to get the jump on everybody and take it on the last corner, on the last lap. That reminds me of a certain thief in the middle of the night. Thierry de Jong, I know if you might be watching from DD2 Masters, but Matthew Higgins provisionally wins the final heat of senior Rotax here today. The 364 from Trafalgar's in Wales wins by 52 thousandths ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. 0.128 separates the top 3 with Elia Papasena from Italy rounding out the top 3. Austin Lee, Nolan Lemeray, Maxence Bouvier, Petra Babichkova, Dion van Verven, Montego Masson and Vic Stevens round out the top 10. Great work by Serbia's Andrej Petrovic to take 11th ahead of Devian Ross, Zach Scowler, Mario Sidler, Mika Barthélemy, Christoph Sala, Lawrence Herboz, Alexander Savinkov, Axel Goes and Kaz Boshaus rounding out the top 20. Great work again by Spencer Braun from the back end of the grid to finish 21st ahead of Andrea Kostic. Ralph van der Pavert made some headway. He got 23rd ahead of Sam Bergstein and Israel's Jaren Schultz. Enzo Dickenberg, Matthias Krohn, Tristan Van Vliet, Pat Gubbles, Robbie Stoddard, Simsep and Kamal Mrad round out the 32 that finished all 9 laps of racing. And unfortunately, Sian Van Vliet, Sverre Ubben, Antoine Mara and Rafael Jesus retiring from the race through either incidents or problems. So that is Heats Day, or the first day of the 2023 BNL Karting Series in the books. Action, drama, incidents, great racing. We've had it all today. So we're going to get ourselves refreshed, revitalized, have a little bit of ambience this evening with good friends within the community. But tomorrow morning at 9:45, we will kickstart Finals Day. And tomorrow we start with the 2 second chance heats for juniors and seniors, and then we go into qualifying for DD2 and DD2 Masters, the B finals for juniors and seniors, and then we go into the final stages with the pre-finals and the finals for the opening round of the season. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for all the latest updates through our relevant social media channels. And until tomorrow morning, we wish you a very good night. Thank you for tuning in.